Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this wonderful Tuesday morning. Well, sort of wonderful. It's really raining this morning. I hope it's going to dry up. It was like a torrential motorway. We, very luckily, are in the dry though, like you, and we've got a really exciting today. Got loads. We are starting a brand new competition today. It's big and it's beautiful and it's wonderful and it's going to involve every single one of you. It's available for all of you to join in and you are really going to love it. I've had a little go myself, so I think you're going to find this one fab. I'm going to talk to you about it in a minute. I'm going to start off with the early bird so we can get that done, and then we will talk about the launch of the fantastic competition, which I love it. I think you're going to love it too. But first, let's do a special offer. Can't break the tradition. I know we want to start with the competition, but we have friction pens, which I constantly say, of all the sort of the smaller gadget items that you have in your sewing kit, not your sewing machine, these are probably my most useful and most favourite. Friction pens. So we've got a bundle of 3. Now these are brilliant because they're heat erasable. So you draw on, when you finish with it, you just iron them away. Or you can use a hairdryer. They're brilliant for tracing embroidery, putting a plique on, writing seam allowance. Now, do always test before you mark something to make sure it comes off. I have to say, I've never found I've had a problem with them, but I do test it just in case. Saves marking things with pins or putting post-it notes on. If I've cut out strips for making a quilt, I label all up with my friction pens. I trace all my embroidery. Love them. So pack of 3, a black one, a blue one and a red one. These cost normally $3.99 in this bundle. They're $3.99, $7.97. So these are normally $3.99, which is a great price because they are fab and they last for ages as well. But it's the early bird, even better. So today, at a special price, only available till midnight, they are £8.97 for all 3. So you're saving £1 a pen. £1 a pen. So you're saving £3 in total. And the reason you've got the different colours is you use different coloured pens on different coloured fabrics. So obviously, you know, the red one shows up better on the darker fabrics. You can use the black one on others. I also use the different colours for marking different things. So sometimes maybe I'm marking up a pattern, like a dressmaking pattern, and I can put darts on with one and seam allowances or notches with another. Or if I just want to, even if I'm doing FPP or applique and embroidery and I want to mark different areas, you draw on the fabric with them, and then when you're finished, which can be days, weeks later, pop an iron over it, it's gone. They're amazing. I mean, they weren't invented for sewing. They have a rubbery bit on the bottom, so which creates the friction. So if you use them on paper, you just rub them out with the rubbery bottom and they disappear. So you can use them. They don't have to be used for fabric. I mean, that's obviously what we use them for, but they can be used for paper as well. Only $2.99. Now that price will go back up again at midnight if we've got any left. I will keep you updated as the morning goes on, because obviously it's one of our really popular items, because sometimes our early birds are more unusual things, and then sometimes we treat you with a really popular, useful item just with a discount. So if we do have any left, that price will go up. And it will be back up to $11.97, $8.97. So get them while you can because they are lovely. Remember, they're only $2.99 a pen, which is a fantastic price. You have a look around, see what you can buy them for. I think this is a brilliant price. I've always got a stock of them, and it is really nice to have the different colours as well. There's loads of different projects coming up today in the show that use these throughout. So I'll tell you as we go along what your friction pen will be useful for. Now, just to let you know, while you're checking out with these, I'm going to let you know what's coming up today, and then we will move on to the fantastic competition. So first off, we have at 8 o'clock the Design-A-Quilt block competition, which I'm going to go through, explain all the rules, show you some samples. That's at 8. When we finish that, we're going to move on to the Curvy log cabin quilt, which is hanging up behind me. So that's light log cabin, but it's got a slight spin on it, so it creates curves, and I've written the design so you can make a quilt or a cushion or a bag, and the one hanging behind me, that's it. So we've got kits for the full, it's a double bed size quilt. We've got kits for the cushions, kits for the bag, and we can sell the instructions as well. And the fabric that I've used in it is Lynette Anderson fabric. It is absolutely beautiful. And so in the kit, it's all like 18 different, I think 17 or 18 different colours. So this is the Curvy. So it looks very different to normal log cabin because you get the curve. Easy peasy to do. And I'm going to show you how to do it. So at 9 o'clock, we have Cara with us with these sewn animal heads. Now, you may have seen some of them behind me. The elephant seems to be carrying a bag at the moment. We have got loads of them in with us. So we've got a brand new book called Sewn Animal Heads. It is beautiful. So we're thinking Father's Day, put it on your in the study, hanging it above your door. I've got a sheep's head above my kitchen door. Absolutely love it. Lovely to put it in your workroom. The book, obviously, you can use your own fabrics for. You can make floral ones. You can make spotty ones. You can make a cave one. You could have a Liberty Fox. All different fabrics. So we've got the book on its own. But we have also created kits for 3 of them for the fox, the stag, and the ram. So we've got kits for 3 of them, and we've got the book on its own, and we have got all of the samples in the office, in the studio to show you. So Cara will be with us at 9 o'clock demonstrating how to make those. At 10 o'clock we have Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, who is going to show us how to make this amazing wash bag. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's got clear PVC in it, so you can see everything it's in. It all folds up and then you can hang it up. It's brilliant. We've got kits for them, we've got all the different pieces for them. These are lovely. Now, when you buy these, if you go to, you know, a shop and you go and buy one, they're quite expensive. They never have quite the right pockets either. And sometimes, I have to say, sometimes the zips sort of like tear a bit as well. This obviously is going to be made by you, so you know it's going to be top quality. And it's really useful with holidays coming up. Ideal gift for somebody. Pop it in your suitcase. When you get to your hotel room, you can hang it up. It's lovely. Kerrie will be with us, and you know her demonstrations are fab, so it will be really easy to do. 11 o'clock, Cara's back, and she is going to be showcasing Stuart Hillard's Bags for Life book, and she's going to be focusing on the messenger bag, and we've got kits to make them. We've got the special bozal and the interfacing. If you've never made a bag before and you want to make Dad a little bag, or you want to make one for yourself, ideal for school, work, dads, mums, anybody. And then obviously we've got the books as well. So she's going to be demonstrating how to do that. And I know how much you love Stuart's book and his bag, so that's going to be a great show. 12 o'clock. Kerrie is back. Now, at the moment, that's not in pre-order. We're just having a few technical issues with securing the stock. But we've got wallets, gardening sets, and we've got lots of zips that are specific, the ones that Kerrie uses, the sort of multi-packs of zips. That's all on at 12 o'clock. We're just having a few problems getting it onto pre-order. I'll let you know as soon as it's on. So we have got a fab, fun-filled day today. Right, Design-A-Quilt block. Now, this is really exciting. So we started working on this, back in January or February time. We wanted you to create a quilt that we could hang up at the Festival of Quilts to showcase the best of Sewing Street. But the best thing to do is for you to make it, isn't it? So, to make it simple, what we have done, because we decided that wouldn't it be nice if the whole quilt sort of hung together in terms of colour and, well, theme, as in it's sewn. So we've created this panel, which I'm going to show to you. Now, here is the panel that is available to purchase today. On the panel are the Sewing Street colours in different prints. You've got a big square of white fabric, and you've got all of the instructions there. Now, we are not massively prescriptive. You can use your own fabrics as well as, but what we would like you to do is use these so that it all hangs together. If you want to add a few of your own fabrics in, that's fine, but we would like you to, the basis for that is to be on this. Now, you can use whatever technique you like. You could do patchwork, you could do applique, you could do embroidery, you could do FPP, you could do EPP, whatever you want. Sewing would be good, seeing as we're Sewing Street. Now, what we will do is we will choose, once you buy your panel today, make your block. I'll explain about sizes. It's all printed on the panel because the sizes obviously have to be exact, or we won't be able to make the quilt. There will be 12 winners. So we will choose from all of the blocks we get in. There will be 12 winners, and each one will receive £100 credit on their Sewing Street account. And not only that, we will get it made into a quilt, and it will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts in August, which is really exciting. Now, what we want you to do is the finished quilt block, it says it all on the instructions, which are printed on the panel, needs to measure 12.5 by 12.5 inches, so that when it's sewn together, it will be 12 inches. So I've included the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Don't bind it, don't do anything to it. It will be used as a quilt block to be put with sashing into a quilt. So it needs to be 12.5 by 12.5, and that includes the seam allowance, but it does all say that in here, exactly how you do. So you get, on the panel, 8 strips featuring the Sewing Street colours. So we've got, the lovely teals and navies, that are all our colours. And you get the opportunity to have your quilt block. Now, it doesn't need to be an original design. It really doesn't, because we're not going to be producing patterns from these. So don't feel that, I've got to do something that's original. You don't. It can be somebody else's pattern. That's absolutely fine, because we're not going to be reproducing this. We're going to be just making them into a quilt. Now, well done if you've already got, we've got loads of you. Now, the panel is £4.99. So you get your 8 strips, you get your square of white fabric. I'll show you a few examples in a minute, because a few of us in the office have had a little go. Now, you don't have to use the white patch if you don't want to, but I know maybe you want to do some applique and you want a white background, so you've got that to put it on. You could use your own white fabric if you want, but it's just quite nice if you want to have the same weight. Maybe you want to do some embroidery, or you don't want to use it at all. There is more than enough fabric here. If you want to add some of your own fabric, that's fine, but if you can use this as the main basis to it, and then it will... yes, see, John's already gone off and used a bit of his own fabric. So shall I show you John's first? So John, sadly, none of us are allowed to win. Only you can win, but we had a little go. So there's John's. So you see, he's used the panel for the main part, and then he's used his own fabric around the edge. Look at that. 12 of you will be selected. Each one of you will receive £100 credit on your Sewing Street account. You will be featured at the Festival of Quilts. Now, it does say on the back of it about labelling the back of your block with your name and address and phone number. And we won't be able to return the blocks to you, because obviously the winners will go into a quilt. So just bear that in mind. If you've got it already, brilliant. Let me know, what are your ideas? What are you going to make yours into? So let's go on to dates. Now, you have got to have it finished and sent in to us by the 30th of June. So you've got ages yet? Ages. 30th of June is the date that it needs to be sent into us, and the winners are announced on, is that the 8th? The 8th of July. That's because obviously we'll have a bit of time for judging. 30th of June. So that's John's. He's gone for patchwork for his. Bit of log cabin, nice. Very neat. Shall I show you the back? Look how neat that is. Look at that. Very neat. Well done if you already got yours. I went for, so I did one. I thought, I'm going FPP. And you know how much I love Yarn Lane. I thought we're going to have a ball of yarn on mine. I did put Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on it, to be fair. But that was a pattern that I bought off the internet. So it doesn't have to be, I'm not advertising it. We're not selling kits of it. I've just made it. And then I just put... I used the white fabric for the background, and then I just simply put some strips around the edge. So mine is 12.5 inches square, so that, well, obviously mine won't go in the quilt, so not allowed to, but if it did, there's the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that's a bit of FPP. Here's one that Paul did. His is like reverse applique. So do you know, you can put as much or as little time as you want, or you've got, into yours. You can go very simple. What we're looking for design, originality, flair, fun, humour, interesting, skill, all sorts of things. It's what appeals to us. It's how we feel that they'll all go together. We're not looking for absolute skill and expertise. It's as much as about how you put the fabrics together and the design you use as it is about the actual skill involved. But, originality is good. What would you do? Using a skill that maybe we haven't seen, or that's something a little bit different, or just something that's just simply beautiful. There's another one. And when you go to Festival of Quilts, be lovely. You can arrange to people when you go to Festival of Quilts, let's meet at the Sewing Street Quilt, see who won. This one's simple Bonder Web applique. There we go. With a little board around it. So can you see that when all of these are together, how fab it's going to look? Honestly, I don't know how we're going to choose 12. I think that's going to be really difficult. Now, the square of white is 13 inches square, so that if you did want to create, it's big enough then for you to trim down. If you did want to create a whole applique piece, you do have enough here. Everything you need to know is on here. Obviously, if you've got any questions, message into the studio, put them on the Facebook site. Right, so remember, only £4.99. You've got 8 strips of Sewing Street theme fabric, and the reason we've done that is that the quilt will look beautifully coordinated to go together. We will choose 12 winners. You will all be featured with your block in our quilt at the Festival of Quilts. You can show it off to all your friends. You will receive £100 Sewing Street credit on your account. You need to have the block back to us by the 30th of June. The details with the address and how you label it and everything, and all the sizes that I've been talking about are all printed on the panel. Remember, unfortunately, we won't be able to return them from you. So have a think, pop it in your basket today, have a think about what you're going to do with yours. I mean, because they said to me, oh, here's a block, can you make something so we can show on the show? I thought, oh, I don't know what I can do. I thought, I'm not going to spend too long thinking about it, I'll just go FPP because I love it. So have a think about it, but it is open. That's why I said at the beginning, it's for everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're a beginner, an intermediate, expert. It's about how you execute it, how beautiful it is. So remember, 30th of June is the closing date. There are more details on the website about it if you go on that. It's £4.99. You will get the whole panel. If you have any questions, do message in. Pop it on the fan page. We will answer you if you've got any issues at all, you want to know anything about it. But remember, there's no binding or anything. I want a raw edge 12.5-inch square so that it can be sewn into a full quilt. But look, you see, so it was difficult when I made mine because I thought, oh, well, you know, which colours should I have? But actually it worked out quite well because I decided, oh, well, look, I've got a dark, that's good, because I want that. I wanted a yellow. Because these are 2.5 inches width, then they're really useful doing traditional quilt blocks. So say maybe you want to do log cabin, you want to do schoolhouse, you want to do, if you want to do half square triangles, really easy to do that with this. These are perfect for EPP. You could mix things. You could do an EPP flower with some applique and embroidery on top of it. You could border it. You can embroider it. You could trace over the Sewn Street logo and do that. I did think about that. I was going to embroider the Sewn Street logo, but then I decided I would just put it on instead. So there are so many different things that you can do, and we are looking for something that's just simply beautiful, whether that's because it's an original, whether it's something we haven't seen before, or just you can tell, you know, when you see something, you can see the time and the love and the enjoyment that's gone on. Basically, we want our quilt to be stunning. We want it to stand at the Festival of Quilts and everyone go, oh, wow, which is why we've made the block, because if you used all your own fabrics, it just wouldn't hang together as well. And remember, you get £100 if you are one of the lucky 12. But have a think over the next few days. Pop it in your basket, check out. You've got a few days then to have a think about what you're going to make. Right, while everyone checks out on that, good morning. Oh, Veronica said good morning from Grimsby. Patricia. Oh, Patricia from Blackpool. Lulu from who says morning Rebecca and crew. Jan. Morning from sunny Portland. Hope it's sunny here later. And we've got someone watching in Mozambique. Sitting in the sun. Sitting on a silver beach watching Sewing Street. Can I come? I'd like to be sitting on a silver beach. Did I enjoy I had a lovely holiday. Lovely holiday. Morning, gang, from Lizzie in Nottinghamshire. Morning, Lizzie, how are you? Yeah, I did have a great holiday. I went to Spain on the train, well, on the plane first, and then I travelled through Spain on the train. It was lovely. They had a heat wave, though. I had this plan. I'll go to Spain in May and do a city tour, so travel through various cities. It'll be lovely, won't it? It'll be like 25 degrees maybe, but no, it was like 35 degrees. I know, I mean, that sounds great, doesn't it? But that was not the plan. Heat wave in Spain in May. Never happens. Riots in Seville. It was all fun. Football riots in Seville. Fabulous. I've never seen a police riots shield line before. Who knew? Didn't even have to pay for it. Anyway, do keep checking out on that. If you've got any questions, send us in what your ideas are. What are you thinking about doing? Because it's nice to have everyone else's ideas. But we will be talking about it throughout the day, because obviously not everybody watches all day. Not sure why, but everyone does. So we will talk about it at the beginning of each hour. So if there's anything you need to know, we will be going back through it again. If you would love to get in touch with us with questions or comments or emails or photos, you can email us at studio info@sewingstreet.com. So you can email us on that one. Just message into the studio and then we will pop your message across the bottom. Love your photos as well, don't forget that. You can message us on Facebook. There we go. Sewing Street TV. Or just go onto the website and you can message us via that. www.sewingstreet.com. Now, if you want to shop with us today, that's probably the easiest way to do it, is on the website. You just go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, which is at the top. And then you just scroll down. Now, look, there you can see there is the first item, which is the competition, the competition panel. Now, if you go down from there are two sides. We've got today's show deals and pre-order. Now, today's show deals are the things that I have already talked about. Pre-order are the things that we haven't gone through yet, but you can start shopping on them so you don't miss out. So if you want to get ahead and buy some of the things that we have, so there's the kits that I'm going to be talking about in a minute. So if you don't want to miss out and you want to get ahead, you can pop them in your basket. There's the Animal Heads book already in there, ready for you to pre-order, and all the kits. Because I know there's a lot of you often tune in now and aren't going to be around later, so you can pop it all in your basket. There's the kits for the animal heads. There's the kit for the wash bag from Kerrie, bundle for it. We've got zips, all sorts of things, all sorts. So the whole show is on there. It's also a good way of sometimes, and I know you do message in about this, I'll say, right, but this kit's available in 3 colourways. Oh, I can't remember, what did the blue look like? Pop on the website, there's photos of everything there. It's a really good way to see. Don't forget the panel. Don't forget. Competition, Design-A-Quilt block. Any questions, please do, because if you've got a question, then I'm sure it's probably because I haven't covered it, and there'll be loads and loads of other people who want to know the answer to it. If you're not sure of anything, just message in. Pop it in your basket, get this ordered, and then while you're waiting for it to arrive, you can have a think about what you're going to do. Go onto the website, the details are on there. But, I mean, the basis of it is you need to make a 12.5-inch square, using these beautiful fabrics in any sewing technique that you like. Doesn't matter. Hi, I put my order in for the panel. What a lovely idea to do a quilt with blocks from us all. Julie from Wiltshire. Oh, it is, isn't it? It's lovely, because why, you know, Sewing Street isn't just about, is about you. We want to see what you do. You know, this is a representation of you, our fab viewers, in sewing. You can enter more than one panel. Obviously you have to buy more than one panel, but you can send more than one. Can you send in only one block from Christine? No, you can say, but you have to buy more than one panel, but of course you can send in more than one. And morning, Rebecca. It's going to be a great show. My favourite presenter and 2 of my favourite guests. I love the Design-A-Quilt. Oh, thank you, Joanne. Oh, it's made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. That's really lovely. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Joanne. That's really nice. I think we've got a great show today. Right. Let's talk about the quilt. So, where's the yes, so the bundle. I'm looking for the instructions. Where have they gone? Maybe I think they're still on the trolley. They're coming. So, if you want to make this whole quilt, which is behind me, oh, thanks, Kat. Then the quilt finished. I'll just, because I can't remember the exact inches. It measures, I know it fits a double bed because I put it on my daughter's bed to take a picture of it, 72.5 inches square. It's all Lynette Anderson and then some plain ivory for the white, but it is all comes from the Lynette Anderson Into the Woods collection. So it's got shades of taupes and browns and greens around the edge, and then all shades of blues here. You get 16 fat quarters in the kit, and obviously you get the ivory fabric for it as well. And there is enough fabric to bind it, because I did a scrappy binding from what I had left over, and I explained that in the instructions to do it. You don't get the wadding or the backing, so you will need to buy that separately, but that's normal, isn't it? So £87.99. Now, the instructions here, the instructions include all the instructions for the quilt, the cushion and the bag. If you buy the quilt kit, you just get the fabric for the quilt. So the way I've done it, and I've explained it, is how to do a curvy log cabin block, but I've done it in 2 different sizes. So the quilt uses the big block, the cushion and the bag use the smaller block. They are made in the same way, but they are just using different size strips. So in the instructions, even if you just buy the quilt kit, you will get all the instructions for the cushion, the bag, and the quilt, all the cutting out information with the block assembly on there as well. That's all in there. So if you buy the quilt, you get the instructions for everything in it. So £87.99. Now when I made this, I pieced the whole top in 2 days. It's because you can really chain piece it. It's not that difficult. The cutting out takes time and you have to, concentrate to make sure you get that right. But I did the whole thing, 4 days from beginning to end to finish the whole quilt. So this is a big quilt. I mean, £87.99. It's a double bed size quilt, and it's Lynette Anderson, so it's designer fabric, and it's beautiful to work. Absolutely beautiful to work with. Now, so Hannah said we can have a little discount on this, and it is double bed because I put it to. Oh, we're going to reduce it below how much? How much for Lynette Anderson quilt? £79.99. That's a fantastic price, and it is beautiful. Beautiful fabric to work with. I mean, when I had to decide what colours to go where, it was really nice to do, and I've explained in the instructions how you order your fabrics and you choose your fabrics and where to put the lights and where to put the darks. But once you've worked out how to make one block, all the blocks are made in the same way. This is why it's quite quick. So this is really good. If you've done log cabin before, you'll find this easy peasy. If you haven't made a quilt before, this is a really good place to start because it really is strip. You cut strips of fabric, you sew them together. So in the bundle, you get the 16 fat quarters. So should we start with the blues? Beautiful. So you get this this should be £87.99, but it's £79.99, brand new today. Look at these. Quarter of the stock's already gone. Look at the beauty. I love that one, the little bird. I tried to cut them out so I got the nice things. Now, the reason that I chose this design with these fabrics is because they're all very small scale prints, and I find that works really well with the log cabin because you see more of it. So they're all little prints, and they're also they're multi-directional, the majority of them, so it doesn't really matter when you're placing them how you do it. And also because you are constantly turning the blocks around as you're sewing them, because they're all placed in different directions to create the curve. So these are all the blue ones. But look at the I love this one because it's got the hens on. I mean, Lynette Anderson is beautiful fabric. It really is. I love the colours. They're very soft and muted and subtle, but then you get here and there little hens all over the place, and that's beautiful, isn't it? But for £79.99 for a double bed quilt, and it's designer fabric, and this really is lovely. I was so pleased when they gave it to me. Said, can you make a quilt with this? Yes please, thank you very much. Corn of the Woods. So that's the blue section. And then you can do it in whatever order you want, but I put you won't be able to put all the blues around the edge. It's the way it works out. You have to put the browns and the greens, but it's up to you what order you put them in, because basically the designer fabrics are the dark part and the ivory, plain ivory, is the light part. But I've worked, and the photographs in it are, so when you get your kit, if you want to work out and you want to copy it exactly, you just follow the photo, but you don't need to at all. You can just put in whatever order you want. I just tried to get a balance of greens, and then you look at this one. I love this one. It's got big hearts on it and owls. Look at that. It's just so lovely, isn't it? Because quite often this is the fabric. I love this sort of fabric, and then you think, well, I don't know what to do with it. How am I going to make all of these work together? And I've always wanted to have a go at a curvy log cabin, and when I saw this fabric, it's absolutely perfect because it's a traditional pattern and it's traditional colours. It's very soft, and it kind of works together. But once you've learned, the instructions will explain how to make the block. What do the words say? Oh, they're lovely. Cow slips, black crow and toadstools. And what does that one say? Mr. Badger is sharing some berries. That's so sweet. Rainbows and rabbits with cottontails. But this can become a beautiful heirloom quilt. And what I've done with mine, because I'm always telling you on Sewn Street how I love the 80-20 wadding, is it shrinks slightly. So when you've quilted it, if you've got any bits that don't quite match up at all, once you've quilted it, I put mine in the washing machine because it shrinks very slightly, and then you get this really lovely antique-y look, and I really like that. So nothing faded, and I confessed, did not pre-wash my fabrics. So for the quilt, you will need, in terms of wadding, and it's all in the instructions, you will need 80 by 80 inches of wadding. So 203 by 203 centimetres. So if you're buying wadding by you could get away with 2 metres, because I said 203. Yeah, so 4 units of wadding. And I quilted mine on my machine. Just my normal, don't have anything fancy. I just did lines. I drew all the lines on with a friction pen and a long rotary cutting ruler, and I just did diagonal lines. And it was really easy because you just had to match the points with my ruler and just drew the lines, sewed on top of them with my I haven't got anything special, just a normal sewing machine. Joined together all the binding. So when you look at it, you can see the binding is like 10-inch pieces of all the different colours. And I've got I thought that's one of the backing fabrics we've got, I think, on the back. And then I popped it in the washing machine on a cold wash, and it shrunk beautifully. Not much, but it just sort of pulls it together a bit, and you really get that really antique look. So you're making an £8 saving, £79.99. Remember, this is Lynette Anderson fabric, so this is designer quality fabric. You get 16 fat quarters. We haven't gone through all of them yet. And we've got, greens. There's so many. Now, when everyone is checked out, we've got less than 20 of these kits left. And you've got this, I love this one. You've got that same brown one. My favourite one, though, because I love text fabric, is the words. And this works really well. I think it's really nice when you've got the text in amongst with the florals as well. So you get that real linear look. And then when I cut it, I made sure I cut them straight with the words. And then you've got ones with bees. But it's just, it's a real sort of antique-y heirloom colours, and that's why I chose this block. But I love the curvy log cabin, because it gives that, you get that log cabin look, but with the normal one, you don't get these curves. It becomes like a circles. But to get a designer fabric double bed size quilt for under £80 is amazing. We don't often do them at this price, but this is why I worked really carefully with the fabric, because I wanted to bring you a quilt that was affordable. And it was only by me making the best use of it and not using a little bit of one fat quarter and a little bit of another fat quarter. I wanted you to be able to use it all. But don't worry, I haven't done it right to the edge, because I do like to, quite often when I cut my strips, I'll cut 2 or 3 and then I'll straighten the fabric back up again. So there is an allowance, it's not that tight, but it does make the best use of it. So I did work it all out so that we didn't have to waste any. And then obviously you get the ivory fabric for the background. There is 2.5 meters of the ivory fabric, and that's basically all of the light. So the easy thing is you don't have to think too much about it. I mean, you can see on mine, I've sort of alternated. I put dark ones, and I've sort of alternated slightly the darks and the lights, but it really doesn't matter how you do it. So less than 20 of the quilt available. Please do carry on checking out with them. So, but if you love the block and you think, I don't know, maybe a quilt's too adventurous, and you want to try something a bit simpler, now you can make the bag that could be a cushion. That's a good name, isn't it? So let me get the cushion as well. So with what you get in this kit, you can make either the bag. Now it's a nice, you've got the 4 blocks making the curvy log cabin, and this is a smaller block, so it uses narrower strips. All of the measurements and all in the instructions. You get the same instructions. So if you buy this kit and you make the bag or the cushion and you think, actually I quite enjoy that, I'll do that, then you've got the quilt instructions in there. You can then use your own fabric. So on the front of the bag you've got the curvy log cabin that way, and then on the back of the bag I turned it round. So I put the light strips as, the wide strips as light and the narrow as dark, and then on this side the dark strips are wide and the light strips are narrow. So it's exactly the same thing. And then it's got a box bottom. There's enough fabric in here to make the handles, and there's also, it's a fully lined bag. So in the kit you get all the fabric for the lining, for the 8 log cabin blocks in total, and the straps. If you want to make a cushion set, and in the cushion instructions are in there as well, you've got, because you've got the lining fabric, you can actually make 2 cushions. So you can use the lining fabric for the 2 backs, and then you can make 4 blocks for the front and 4 for the back. So you could actually have 2 cushions. Or you could make a cushion and a bag if you use the lining on the back of it, if you see what I mean. So what I've done with this one, I've quilted this one in red. I think it worked quite well with this fabric because there's a lot of red print in here. So in the kit, cushion or bag, you get 2 fat quarters of Lynette Anderson, and I chose these 2 because I love the text fabric, and it's got the little splash of red in, which I quite like, and also this lovely print, and the 2 colours work really well together. So you can see, like on this cushion where I alternated the colours, and then I just quilted it in red, which works, it works well on that, because it picks up the red. But you don't have to do that. On the bag I quilted it in white, exactly the same. So you get the 2 fat quarters of Lynette Anderson fabric, you get the ivory, which is used for all the background sections, and then you get the slate blue, which is used for the lining of the bag and the lining of the handles, or you can use it for the back of your cushions. And obviously you get full instructions as well. And in the instructions it explains at the beginning how to make the block and then cutting out. So if you're making the bag or cushion, cut this, obviously the strips are narrower. And if you're making the quilt, I've put full diagrams in so it's really easy to do, and walkthrough photos. So when you're actually making it, I've gone through step by step. So I've written it out from a beginner patchwork point of view. I do assume you've probably used a sewing machine before, but I've taken a photo of the different sections so you can see how it all comes together. And then there's and then you've got this drawing as well. I got Amy to do my drawing for me because it's so much easier sometimes. Sometimes you can look at a picture. So the picture here is the same, but some people prefer photos to diagrams. There you can see it fits on a bed. It took me ages to move all the stuff out of my bedroom to get the picture. And then you move on to the quilt. So if you want to make the quilt, all of the information is in there. And then there's an arrangement diagram on the back for making the quilt. So that is the cushion or bag, you can choose. But if you like the quilt and the cushion, we've managed to put together a few kits which has the instructions. So this is a way of you saving, because if you like both, you don't really want to buy both kits because you'll get the instructions twice. So it's got the instructions, so you get all the fabrics that are for the cushion or bag, and you get all the fabrics that are for the quilt and the instructions. So that is at a special price of $99.99. So you are getting 18 fat quarters of Design-A-Quality Lynette Anderson fabric. You're getting 3.5 meters of fabric. That's the ivory, and you obviously get the slate that's for the cushion, and the full instructions for under £100. Now, if you want to split pay, if you want to spread the cost of that, you can do in 2 equal payments of $49.99. That's interest free. So what happens is that we take the money from your account today, the $49.99. You get sent all of it straight away, and then the other $49.99 will come out later. So start with I know it should be way over £100. But when you think about the fact that it is Design-A-Quality fabric and it's beautiful to work with. I mean, even with the quilt behind us, so that was reduced to $79.99. The cushion, the bag is Yeah, so that should be 104 even when it was discounted, and it's 99.99. So when you get this, start off with one block, make the log cabin the small log cabin for the cushion or the bag, and honestly then when you move on, and I explain in it, once you get to this stage you can start chain piecing it. So it is really quick to do. So if you want to make you're thinking I'd really like to make a quilt for a present for somebody, this is a really good place to start. And because I've listed all the specific strips, measurements, fabric quantities in here, if you then want to make another one using your own fabrics, or maybe you want to save a few of these. So half of the stock of the double bundle has gone. It's a massive saving, isn't it? Massive. So at full price, that should be £112 at full price. So you are saving over £12 with that, plus the extra bit because we've discounted it already. But it's just when I worked this out, I thought it's just really nice, isn't it, to be able to make a quilt that's something that's achievable. And half of the stock is in baskets. So we have got single figures left of that. And what I love about this design is actually I think it looks like really clever. I think it looks like, wow, how have you created that pattern? And it's only when you get up close to it and you see that it's just blocks sewn together but turn round and that's it. So it's a way of creating something that's quite amazing, just looks fab. But you know, I have also got a few, not many, if you want just the instructions, because if like some of us, you have a lot of fabric, we do have that. And also in the instructions, I've written a whole little section on choosing fabrics. So where's that? Choosing fabrics. It says it somewhere. Here we go, choosing fabric. So in the quilt, so if you are using your own fabric, if you're buying the instructions only, I've written in there about how to choose your fabrics, because obviously you need that balance of light and dark. That's easy, but it's the way I've put together sort of the browns and the greens so that you can make sure the right things are in the right place. Just trying to choose them in groups of colours and tones to get that effect. So third of these went on pre-order. I've put some little tips in about cutting out everything you need to know. On the back of the instructions is the Amber Makes email address. So if you've got any questions as you're going along, just message me and I'll help you out if I can. So on the own, the quilt should be over £80. Should be £87.99, but today it's £79.99. And there's only 8 left. Now remember, you have got everything in this quilt kit except the backing and the wadding, but you do have all the binding, and I've also explained about exactly what length to cut all the strips in so that they look nice around the edge. So rather than cutting them full fat quarter length, I've done half of that, otherwise they're too long. Now the wadding, for the wadding you will need, this is what I use, the cotton 80/20 wadding. I love it because you chuck it in the machine on a cold water wash and then it shrinks very slightly and gives you that antique look. But you do it right at the end when you quilt it. And I didn't pre-wash my fabrics, couldn't be bothered. But when you finish quilting the whole thing, put it in the machine. So 4 units of this you will need. For the backing fabric for the quilt, the backing fabric, you need 203 by 203, or you need so if you're buying extra wide backing, buy 2 meters of it. If you're buying normal width fabric, so normal quilting width 44 inch, you'll need 4 meters. So 2 meters if you're buying extra wide, 4 meters if you're not. And that's for the back of the quilt. But if you have any questions, message me in here, or our email address is on the back of the instructions. Yes. How long have I got? 10 minutes. I'm not sure I can make. So the block works in exactly the same way, whether you're making the bag, the cushion, or the quilt. It's just that the strips are narrower for the bag and the cushion. So I wanted to make it very multi-purpose. So once you've learned how to make this block, you can make loads of them. So all of the measurements are in the instructions. So what I would say to you when you start is cut everything out. And it takes time, but if you fold it explains about cutting across width of fat quarter. I talk about subcutting. So what you do is you cut strips across the fat quarter width, and then you subcut those into smaller pieces. And then I've cut only one block out here, and I've put them all in order so I know. Now what I would say to you is make one block in its entirety, just one block. Once you've made one, it's easy peasy after that. Put that next to you, that's what I did. And then I made all the blocks. Because for the quilt, you have got 36 blocks. I made them in groups of about 12 and then just chain piece them. So I put them in order. And again, this is what the friction pens are really good for. Just write on the back of them with the friction pen. They've got numbers, the centre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Write them on the back of them. And then you can put them into order. So I put mine, clipped all mine together. So you start off with a centre square. Now, then you get your instructions, and obviously they're written out, but if you wanted to see how to do it as far as, sometimes I find it a bit easier to follow a picture. Read the instructions because they explain it, but then when you're going through to make sure you do it correctly. So you take your centre square, you get strip 1, and you place that right sides together on the bottom. So you can see, I'll put that next to there's the centre square, there's strip 1 on the bottom. And then you turn your sewing machine on. Well, yay! It's working now. You've turned your sewing machine on, which is actually quite a useful thing to do. It's all 1/4 inch seam allowance, absolutely as it would be with anything else. Sew that one on. Now, I've done it. You can buy trimming tools. I like to do mine this way because the strips are cut exactly to fit. So as it gets bigger, it's simpler to make it work. Let me just turn that one on as well. You know that it will match up because you've cut them correctly. When you've sewn them together, now I do say in it, you can press your seams over to the dark side, the light side, it's up to you. Because this is nice, it's good quality cotton fabric, it's fine actually. I find it easier to press just away. So from the big set strip to the smaller one. So I'm just going to press it like that. Just be aware that, I think, right, we'll ignore that. I think the eye needs a clean. Right, so there's centre and 1. Now I've got number 2, so I'm going to put that right sides together on top of here. Now what I do is it's easier, I put them on top to make sure that it's right sides together and it lines up. But I'm going to sew it from the other way because always sew from the side that has most seams. So I'm going to sew down here. So you know it fits. I mean, when smaller ones you don't need to pin. When they get longer you will need to pin them, but it fits exactly. So there's no margin for error because you've already cut your strips perfectly. Right. There's number 2. So press that, I'm not going to do it now, but just press that over. It is worth taking the time to do this. So if you're chain piecing, maybe you're doing 12 at once, sew all of the centres to one, all in one piece, cut them all apart and press them. Do press them, you will get a neater look. So you can see now when you look at this diagram, we've got centre, 1, 2, so now I'm going to do number 3. So what you can see now, I'm starting to do this. Let me put number 3 on. Number 3 goes across the top. And always sew it on from the back. As the strips get longer, you will need to pin them to be sure that you've got it accurate. With these shorter strips, it doesn't matter so much. Now, with this quilt, I used a pale grey thread, and it was fine for all of the different patterns and prints. It worked well. So now I've got number 3 on. So can you see now you're starting to get this look of, with a normal log cabin, all the strips are the same width. The light strips and the dark strips are all the same. But with a curvy log cabin, half the dark strips, half half of the strips, usually often the dark ones, are wider than the other half. So you can alternate them like I did with the, when I made the bag, I changed them so the light strips were wide on one side and the dark strips were wide on the other side. And that is what creates the curve. So if we take the next one, so we're on 3 and 4 now, this is 3 and 4, and it explains the instructions about cutting the pairs in the same fabrics. So all of the pairs that go together, so 3 and 4, 7 and 8, they're all the same fabrics. So that goes right sides together. Now, when you're, where do my pins go? When your strips start getting a bit longer, pin them on. So the best way to do this is pin them at one end and then pin them at the other end. Because you've cut them all to the right length, they will fit. And this is what will give you that accuracy. It's not so bad because this wasn't so long. When you get to this final strip 12, it makes a difference. Now, these seams, pull it in a bit. So just give them a little pull and then put a pin in between. For the quilt on its own, there are more of you who've got it in baskets than we've got available. So if you all check out, some of you are going to miss out. So if you want this amazing priced $79.99, you need to check it out because it should be $87.99. And even then, you try buying a quilt kit for a double bed for that price. Actually, I tell you what, I did try it as well. It looks really nice on a single bed. Obviously, there's more drop. It's more drop down the sides, but it looks really nice. Now I'll give you a little tip for this, which I discovered recently by accident. When you're sewing long strips together, and you, like I just showed you, and you want to pin, I'll just get the board. Oh, this is a nicer one. When you're putting a long strip on, so there's, I don't want to mess up my order. So I've done all those wide ones. Now I'm going to put the next strip, because I've put them in order. I'm going to put this strip, because we're just going round in circles. This strip goes across here. So when you want to pin it on, particularly if it's a longer strip, I always put the pin in one end and then put the pin. This technique works really well as if you're sewing sashing on or something, where you're sewing a non-pieced piece of fabric to pieces. If you've got a particularly long strip, push the pin in through your ironing board at one end, that holds that. You can then pull this so you can make sure it fits, and then you can pin it, and then you know it fits exactly. It means that you haven't pulled it slightly wrong in the wrong place. But if you've got a really long strip, pop the pin in one end and pin, and then you can pin along. Right, I'll sew the last one on. Well, not the last one. But this block, it is, I mean, the last time I did one of these quilt collections was when I did the thread spool. So the idea behind it is there's a block. I'll show you how to make a block and then what you can do with it. So the block is this is exactly the same technique whether you're making the bag, the cushion or the quilt. The bundle that's in the graphics is for the bag or the cushion. So it basically, in the kit, you can make 12 blocks, which is enough for a bag front and a bag back, or 2 cushion fronts, or a bag front and a cushion front, but you can make either. But you might not want to do a big quilt, but the good thing is if you buy the bag or the cushion kit, the instructions that come with it have the quilt instructions in it as well. So once you've made your bag and you've worked out how to do it, then you'll be onto the quilt, and then you can use your own fabric. Or if you love the Lynette Anderson and you want the quilts with the cushions, because obviously you've got enough fabric there to make all of that, then get the whole big bundle, $99.99, which is amazing because I thought that was going to be the price for just the quilt. But that's for the bag or cushion and the quilt and the instructions. Now there are more people who've got this bundle in baskets than we've got in stock. But remember, that one's on split pay. So if you only want to spend $49.99 this month, interest free, then you can spend the other $49.99 the other month. So I'm right. When you do yours, when you do yours and you sew it on and you think, oh, now I'm run the wrong way, just have a quick look at the diagram again, because obviously you've sewn it on, and just turn it round so you keep it in the same way, and then it's really easy to see where you're going. She says, having turned us around the wrong way. So I have sewn on now number 5, and I've got number 6 on my pile, so I'm going to put number 6 on. So you see how easy it is. Again, now the strips are getting longer, you really do need to pin them. You've cut them in advance, you know that they're the right length. And the way I've described it in the instructions is I have said cut like whatever they are, 1-inch strips, and then subcut those into 5-inch lengths. So it's making it easier. You're not cutting small pieces, you're cutting strips. So again, you can see that's because the seams pull it in a bit. Just pop a pin in the middle. Another thing you can do, so if you do pin at the end like that and you've got a really long strip, I always make sure the raw edges are matching, and then I put one pin. If I'm maybe having to put 2 pins, put another pin in. This is what ironing boards are for, is for stabbing. Then put another one in. Then you can just pick that up and that one up, and then you know that your non-pieced strip fits perfectly across that. You'll know what I mean when you're sewing longer strips. For little ones like this you don't need to, but that does come in useful. So it really is the same method. Now if you're going to do a load of blocks, what I've said for the quilt is divided into groups. So there are 2 groups of blues and there are 2 groups of browns and greens, and there you make can't remember, 12 or something of each. It's in the instructions, I just can't remember how many there were of each, but it's all in the instructions. So maybe you're doing 8 blocks at a time and you're sewing block number 6 on, have the other one ready, and as you sew along, when you get to the end of it, make sure the needle is down in the fabric just before the very end, and then put the next strip of fabric in and just keep going. And then you can cut them all apart, press them all to one side, and then you can put number 7 on, and it's much quicker. Make 1 block first though, just know what you're doing, because I found it really useful to have that block sitting on the side to have a look at. So there we are, we've done number 6. So now you can see the pattern starting to form. You can see the wide dark and the narrow light. So obviously because we're going around in circles, and I've put them all in order, I'm going to take that strip. Now when I did them, I thought, right, I'm going to put that the right way up, I'll have my chicken. But remember, when you actually put the whole thing together, you'll be rotating these blocks. Some of them will be upright, some on their side. So really don't worry about that, because they'll all get moved round, and because the prints are tiny, and that's the beauty of it, it's quite nice that some of them are on their side. I mean, you can work it all out. Actually, when I made the cushion, I thought, out of interest, because I was only doing 4 blocks, out of interest, let me turn it around so it's the right way up. And I knew, and also because I'd already made one, and I knew how they would rotate, I actually cut out and joined my pieces together so all the text was the right way up. It was a bit of a fiddle, to be honest, but I just wanted to see how easy it was to do. So if you do want text the right way up, you will have to look at how it's all configured. But it can be done. But you see, when I did the bag, exactly the same print, but I didn't bother with that. So the text is all different ways, and it looks absolutely fine. But it's just up to you how you feel about it. Right, so put them on this side. Remember, always sew from the messy side. Not the messy side, but you know, the side with the most seams, because then you can be sure. So if you've pressed these to one side, make sure you sew them so that they're facing the side you've pressed. Otherwise you'll get wonky seam. Well, you'll get twisted seams, which isn't the end of the world. We'll get a twisted seam here and there, but if you can just try and avoid that. So when you look at these seams, because they've been pressed that way, just hold them down when you sew. I mean, if you looked at the back of my quilt, you will see there are some twisted seams, but it can make your quilt a bit messy when you're quilting it, but if there's a few, it doesn't matter. And then round the edge of the quilt, I put a border on mine in the ivory fabric, and there's enough fabric in the kit for that, but I put this ivory border around because I think it just frames the edge of it nicely, and it makes the curve of the ivory flow into it. And the binding stands out a bit better. That doesn't happen on the cushion, but there is enough fabric for all of that as well. So we're on number 7. So it's quite easy, isn't it? I told you it was easy. And you're only ever sewing. There's no seam matching either, is there? The only time you have to match seams is when you're assembling in it, and even then there aren't that many, I discovered, and I think that's because because they're rotated, there are a few seams to match, but not many. But when you sew the blocks in themselves, because you're always sewing a non-seamed piece of fabric on top of a seam one, there's just no seam matching, which is fab because I hate seam matching. Right. So you can see how it's simple, isn't it? And also, I think, for me as well, when I'm using the nice, expensive designer fabric, I don't want it to go wrong. So I want the design to be quite simple. Although I am pleased at the price of that. I thought it would be more over 100 for the quilt. Yeah, I don't know how we've got that in. Well, for the bag and the quilt, so you'll get 18 fat quarters and 3.5 meters of fabric for under 100. And it's designer. So now we've done the dark blocks. I always like adding the dark ones more than the light ones. Which is ridiculous really, because it's just adding blocks, but I like to do those quickly and then that. But look, you see, that's how it's coming together. I mean, a log cabin block can be just that size. I've done it with 12 strips because I wanted that size, but you can see how easily it's coming together. And that I do explain in the instructions about that. You can now see that they're in pairs, so these two are the same fabric and these two are the same fabric, but it's basically the same principle throughout. I haven't got time to finish it off, I'll have to do that at home. But if you keep them all together, easy peasy. So if you want the instructions on their own, should we go through all the kits? So if you want the bundle that has everything in it, you've got the full instructions which cover the quilt, bag and cushion. You will get all of these 16 fat quarters of fabric that make the quilt. So you've got all of these lovely blues, beautiful tiny little prints. I mean, they're really lovely, all sort of inspired by the woods and nature, and really lovely colours. I love this periwinkle blue. That's a really nice one. But the little prints, you can see now, I've shown you how I've done it. They work quite well in that size of design. And then you've got these lovely earthy browns and pinks. And that one's got the text on it. The blue text one is in the cushion. And then you've got greens, but they're really soft, earthy. I mean, you can see why this is called Into the Woods, can't you? They're really lovely earthy greens. I love the heart one. And you get 2.5 meters of ivory fabric. That's all for the background. You will need 2 meters of wadding and 2 meters of backing fabric as well. So you get through, so that's, this is the big bundle, so that's all the quilt, and then for the cushion or bag you get 2 fat quarters. So you get the blue text one, that's my favourite one. Actually, I did the cushion bag, when I was choosing all the fabrics I chose these 2 first, because those are my favourite one. And then you get the slate fabric and the ivory fabric. So you get all of that for $99.99. Start off, make yourself a cushion, make yourself a bag, learn how to make the block, move on to make yourself a full-size quilt. If you want just the quilt on its own, it should be $87.99. We've reduced it today to $79.99. You get the 16 fat quarters of Lynette Anderson fabric, 2.5 meters of plain fabric, and the instructions that are for the cushion as well. But there are more people that have this in their basket than we've got, so please do check out. Because let me say this, when I was asked to make a design using this fabric, it was because I think we're not getting any more of it in. So when these kits have gone, they've gone, unfortunately. If you want to make the bag or cushion, remember you can make, there's enough fabric to make that side of the bag and that side of the bag. I've also put a nice little facing at the top of the bag because I always think it's, I like there's enough fabric to put the lid, because I like the facing. Fully lined handles. Full instructions. It's got a box bottom. You will need to add some wadding to that if you want to. You don't have to, but I put some in mine. Full instructions. Or you can make the cushion, and there's enough fabric to make 2 cushions, because there's enough to make 8. There's 4 blocks here, there's enough to make 8. And then I used the lining fabric to put on the back of my cushion. I mean, you could make both sides, but that's how I did mine. And in that you get the 2 fat quarters, the ivory fabric, the slate fabric, and the full instructions, which include the quilt instructions, all for £24.99. If you've got, perchance, have loads of your own fabric, nobody does, do they? We all use our fabric up. £9.99 on the instructions just on their own. If you want to make your own curvy log cabin, I mean, they work really nicely as a scrappy thing. Do think about colour selection though, to make sure that they join together, that the tones work together. But there we go. £9.99 for the instructions on their own. Any questions at all after you've got the kit? Amber Make's email is on the address. You can always ask me if you've got any questions, or message us into the studio. Right, so next hour we have got Cara in with these amazing animal heads. I love this book. I've got my own knitted animal head. I adore it. So I'm quite excited to see this, because there's so many animal heads in there. We've got the book on its own. We've got kits to make 3 of them. Cara's going to be demonstrating. It's going to be fab. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time, where it's all about the animal heads. Any questions about the quilt block competition? Message us in. I'm looking forward to seeing, and tell me what your ideas are. What's your first thoughts? What are you going to go with? Message us in at the studio, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products, as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
And good morning and welcome back to Sewing Street. You've just joined us. Welcome to Sewing Street. So if you've just joined us, you haven't heard about our fantastic designer block competition. This is so exciting. It's a way that we want to showcase you, our viewers, our fantastic sewers. We want to showcase you at the Festival of Quilts. So we've got this special competition, I'll show you the panel in a minute, where we're asking you to design and make a quilt block, whatever level you are, in whatever discipline you like, as long as it's sewing. But whatever level, doesn't matter whether you're a complete beginner or a total expert. The 12 winners we will select, the people who win, their blocks will be made into a quilt and will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts. And not only that, the 12 winners will also receive £100 of Sewing Street credit. All the details are on the website if you want more information about them. But all you have to do basically is you need to buy the panel, because we've decided that we want our quilt to look so it all coordinates and goes together. So what you've got is 8 strips in the Sewing Street colour ways. You've got a 13-inch square of white, so if you want to do applique or embroidery, or you need some white to mix in with your patchwork block. All the information is also printed on here about the size. Basically, you have to make a 12.5-inch square. That includes the seam allowance of quarter of an inch all round. The 12 winners will be selected, and they will be selected not based on skill level, but creativity, flair, imagination, originality. You can use other designs. It doesn't have to be your own design. We won't be producing instructions of this, but it's what you do with it. You know, maybe you're going to mix together applique and embroidery. Maybe you're just going to go patchwork. Maybe you're going to go miniature patchwork or EPP. This is the one I made. I'm not allowed to enter the competition, but I did mine with FPP because I love yarn lane so much. Mine's a ball of yarn, but with some strips around the edge. This is one John Scott made, little log cabin. And he used a bit of his own fabric around the very edges. I wonder if he cut up one of his shirts for that. So you can put a bit of your own fabric in. We would say primarily can you use the fabric in the panel so it all hangs together. And we've got a little applique one here as well. So all you need is the panel, £4.99. So once you get the panel home, you have got to get it sent back in by the 30th of June. On the panel here are the details of where to send it to. Now, we won't be able to send any quilt blocks back to you. So obviously the winners will be made into a quilt. The other, the 12 winners, the others won't go to waste. We're just working out at the moment how the best way of what we can do with them. We can put them in a quilt, whether we can donate them. We're working that out at the moment. They will not go to waste. But logistically, to work it all out, to get them all sent back will be difficult, but they won't go to waste. We're just working out what. And we'll let you know once we've worked all that out. But the 12 winners will be displayed in the quilt at the Festival of the Quilts. It doesn't matter what level you are. It's what you do with the fabric and how it all hangs together. So there we go, £4.99. The closing date for entries to arrive with us is the 30th of June. All the information is on the website on sewingstreet.com, or just message in and we can answer any of your questions. Do make sure you follow the size, that's really important. It needs to be 12.5 inches square, because if you don't have that extra seam allowance, it won't all hang together. Well done to all of you who've already got theirs. Any questions you've got, let me know. Anyway, we're all about the animal heads. Now, I love animal heads. I've got a knitted ram's head above my kitchen door. Absolutely love it. And I've never seen a book for sewn ones before. So in this show, we have got the new book, Sewn Animal Heads. Now, we'll have a look through the book in a minute with Cara, but I just want to show you the animal heads because we've got them all dotted around the set. Have you seen them? Look at the elephant. Look. Where is it? Oh, yeah, there's the
fox.
Yeah, let's get the fox. Look! Foxy Fox. Now, we're selling the book on its own, but we're also sending bundles for just 3 of the animals. We couldn't do them all. That would have been too much. So we have a bundle for the fox. We have a bundle for the stag, who is there. Whoop. There's the stag. We've got a bundle to make the stag. And we have a bundle for the ram. So the stag bundle to start with. Now the bundle doesn't include the book. You do need to buy the book separately, but the stag bundle is this one. So obviously these are the ones that the designer made originally for the book. So our bundle is slightly different. We've matched it as closely as we can, but it is slightly different. So in the bundle, you get loads. You get 2 fat quarters of this beautiful, is it pure wool?
I think so, yes. It's a tweed.
Tweed.
Yeah.
Tweed 2. You get this one. Is that a fat quarter? Wow. Yeah, because it's extra wide. And then you get another tweed. You get this lovely green. It's ever so heavy, beautiful wool tweed. You then get this another tweed. So that must probably like for the, so you've got like you've got the bits for the antlers, the outside, the underside, the in the ears, and then you get the brown fabric that I think must be the nose, fat quarter of that. And you also get the piece of A4 mount board, and that's used for the back to hold it up, which is done in a really clever way. Cara will be showing us that in a minute. So that's amazing, $34.99. You get all of that beautiful tweed. You're going to have way left over. I'm sure you will. That looks like loads there. And you will obviously need the book for the instructions. This is a bundle. The book is not in the instructions. Now the ram, which is this one, but obviously the colours are different because this is the designer's original from her book. So for the ram's face, bah. Bah. Look at him. Look at his lovely ears. So you get the grey, ours is a grey ram, so you get this lovely grey fleece that's used for the main body. And then you get a really nice, lovely, so soft, a grey check that's used for his horns. Very lovely, isn't he? And obviously you get the piece of white mount board that's used for the back as well. You will need the book and you will need to have some soft toy filling as well, but these are the main fabrics. I mean, have you seen these in like designer interior shops? Hundreds they cost. And then fox. So the fox we have got, and this is really lovely fabric. So we've got this is the fox. Obviously ours is different because we've had to use the fabric, we couldn't use the same ones. These were made by the original designer. So with the fox, we've got a lovely red needle cord for the main part of them because these are proper red fox. Gorgeous. This is the one that, morning Vix. It's Vix walking behind the camera in her pyjamas.
I'm looking for some real clothes.
Sorry. Right, so you get red needle cord, fat quarter, but because it's wider than normal quilting weight fabric, it looks bigger than a fat quarter. And then look at this pink boucle. I love this. Quite like a jacket out of that, to be honest. Isn't that lovely? And this is the one that Cara will be demonstrating. Can you show yours?
I certainly can.
Because that Cara's actually finished there, so you can show it. We can see it in the colourway. Do you want to see if it's a flat fox because she hasn't stuffed it yet? But that's what it looks like in this colourway. It is a lady fox, isn't it?
She is gorgeous, yes. And that, as you say, that fabric is very much sort of like a jacket.
It
like
is,
a fabric
isn't it?
as well. So,
and the mount board as well. So how much is this? God, I took my glasses off then. I thought I was seeing that wrong. $9.99. And you get the black as well.
For the nose, yep.
Right, that's weird. I'm sure that's wrong. They missed a 1 off the front of that. So anyway, let's just go with it. It's $9.99. So those are the kits. Those are the kits that we've got. So we've got the red cord, the pink boucle, and the black fabric. $9.99. And the mount board. I'm sure that must be wrong. Right, so the fox and the ram and the stag are coming with me on my trip Morning, Cara.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine. I have my animals. We might need to just move your bits out of the way for one moment, and then we'll put the stag back on the shelf. So this book, it's fab, isn't it?
It's incredible. I know Vanessa from doing crochet.
Right.
And she does some beautiful crocheted animal heads as well.
But she's a brilliant crocheter, isn't she?
Oh my gosh. And it was just so lovely to get the book. And the detail is just
All right, well,
incredible.
let's have a look through then. Oh, like the horse. So there's so many. How many animals?
15.
15
different animals in
So
there.
£1 an animal?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a really good price. 15. And I guess buying the book, you could have a Liberty pig.
You could use any fabrics. You could even make a patchwork one from your pieces.
Oh, gosh,
and
yes.
then put that together.
Or like a wool jumper.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hadn't thought about the patchwork. Patchwork
Yes.
velvet would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But you do see these in these really posh designer shops, don't you? In sort of velvets.
You do. And that's, just go back.
Oh,
Look
right.
at the eye detail. I'm going to concentrate on the eyes.
Look at the they are so detailed. So I love the chicken. So here we've got some nice close-up photos of it. The rhinoceros. Have we done all right? Hang on, let's start. So you can just see what you're going to get. We've got the horse. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Rabbit. Rhinoceros and moose. They work so well in these tweed fabrics.
They do. They really do.
Pig. Giraffe. Oh, he's gorgeous, isn't he? I mean, a child's bedroom with a big
I know,
giraffe above
I
the door.
know.
Brilliant. Stag. I love the elephant. I reckon the elephant will be the most popular. Ox. The unicorn. Isn't that lovely in the ticking?
Yes. Yeah, and the
it's got a
stripes and
horn.
everything.
But that's, I mean, what a brilliant present for somebody.
And I suppose you could use PU for
Yeah,
the
that's
horns
true.
as well, couldn't you?
Oh,
And
well,
a
that
nose.
would look fab. But I'm thinking patchwork.
Yes, I think patchwork would be
There's
fantastic.
the ram and the fox. Cockerel.
It's lovely. And
have
just
to-
cotton fabric
I
then
know,
for
it works
that.
just
and
as
then
well,
the
doesn't it?
sort of wool fabric there.
Love the crocodile. And I think it's really clever that all the eyes are buttons.
Yes.
A
Oh,
bear.
the bear is lovely. That would be nice as a patchwork one.
Cat. Right, so then when we get to the instructions, so how is it working with it?
They are incredible. The instructions
Really?
are so detailed, really, really detailed. Because you can see this is not necessarily a beginner's project. It's a confidence stitcher.
Yeah.
And Vanessa goes through all the instructions really, really carefully. She's got some wonderful diagrams. So we've even got a layout for the actual pattern
that's really
pieces,
useful.
which is
and
really
all the
nice.
pattern pieces are in the book.
The pattern pieces
Amazing.
are in the book. So what you will do is, have a single layer of fabric, and then you'll do a mirror image of certain things because you want them facing the different way and everything. Some of the fabrics you can fold and then just cut the two that way. But then the diagrams that Vanessa's used are just so clear.
Okay.
And each of the diagrams, so you've got the instructions here. So diagram 1 refers to the instructions, the printed instructions, and the same with 2, 3. So it's very difficult to lose yourself.
Yeah,
It's very difficult to sort of get to a part of it, and because you've got the diagrams there, it really does help you when you're assembling.
It does
everything.
look really clear. Well, it's nice that you've worked through the book as well, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you've actually done it as well, you can see. So everything, and in the back, we've got all the templates. Everything's in here. Different sorts of diagrams. I mean, it's so clear, isn't it?
It is.
It's just knowing where to start. But when I started thinking patchwork and florals, or
your Liberty.
corduroys,
Can you imagine Liberty?
or maybe you've got some curtains and you want it to match something in your room.
Yes.
And it's just fun, isn't it?
Yes, it
It's
really
fun.
is. Yeah.
Lovely. So the Fox bundle is really popular. No, I still can't believe that's £9.99. Remember, you do need the book, but the book is let me just get the kit. The book is £14.99, so that's £1 an animal, which is amazing value. So, and in the Fox bundle, you get the red corduroy, the pink boucle, and the black cotton for the nose, and the mount board for the back. You will just need stuffing. This is what the Fox looks like. You will need some stuffing, and it's just buttons for the eyes.
And
the
a
back-
little hook
and a
as
little,
well.
yeah, little hook to
hang.
hang it up. But the back is done in a really clever way that we'll talk about in a minute. I think that's really good. So the Fox bundle, $9.99. I can't believe we've done it at that price.
I think because the fabric's quite wide as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
You get, all the pieces onto the width of the fabric.
Oh, and let me show. This is the Fox unstuffed that Cara's made up to this stage. So that's what it looks like in these colours. Look at his little face. Obviously yours won't be moving because you'll have stuffed yours, but I just really want to do that. So, but it looks really lovely. So the underside is this lovely pink, and then you get this red. It's a very, very resplendent Fox.
It really is. It's very lush, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, gorgeous. So that's the Fox. For $9.99 for the fabric bundle, but you will need the book as well. But then you can keep using it over and over. I'm definitely going to buy this book. I love it. Right, so what are you going to show us how to do then, Cara?
So I thought...
I'll move out of the way.
That's okay. I thought it would be useful to actually go through the eyes. So I've done some preparation for the eyes on the fox and also the stag. And I just felt that that would be, as I've worked my way through, that would be the areas that I would think, oh gosh, but don't be frightened at all. Sort of go through it step by step, and it really is very, very clear.
Well, the eyes are really clever, aren't they? Because I like the fact that they're buttons, but they're not just sort of buttons that are sewn on randomly. They've got like eyelids.
They've got sockets.
Sockets, yes.
Which is lovely. So we'll come to the fox, if I can find it. It is in here. And it's lovely in the book as well. On each of the pages, it's got the name of the actual project, so at the top of the page, so it's easy to find. There we go. I have got the fox open. So, best to sit down and have a bit of a read, have a look at the finish. And the photographs are so clear, so, nice and large and everything, which is great. It goes through all the fabrics, the templates and everything, and then gives you your layout. As I say, some of them are singularly cut out, and you've got all the information there. What I would recommend as well is actually when you lay your fabric out and you lay your pieces on, is make sure that you transfer all the dots and all the information.
Because the templates have lots of dots and markings and letters and things,
so
don't they?
if I just find the page that the fox is on, templates 182.
Yeah, because they've got letters and grain lines.
Yeah, they've got the grain line, which is really important when you've got fabric that's woven. You want to make sure that your grain line is in the right direction, because you don't want to cut the this part of the head on an angle. You want it to go with the grain. And they've got these lovely clear dots and everything. Some of the dots have letters on them as well, so those are important. So I found they actually suggest sort of like a carbon paper or something similar to that to transfer all the things on. I found mine, I actually made holes in my templates and then took a friction pen and actually did that onto the pieces. And that was very, very good for when you've got a fabric like that. So it's very clear, you can write on the letters and everything like that. Once you've finished, then you can steam it and the letters will come off and the dots will come off. So that's really important. So you'll go through and have all your templates and everything, and then start at the beginning. So we'll find it back again. So the eyes consist of 1, 2, so each eye has 3 different sections. There's also some wadding as well. I'll get that in a minute. So you've got your needle cord, you've done all the markings and everything, and then this is the section that I'm starting with. So you've transferred all the markings, and then we're going to actually put the right sides together, and we're going to sew around this section here. And as I say, with the friction pen, you've actually drawn the lines and everything, so it's very, very clear. So I'm going to do that, and I shortened the length of my stitch to 1.8 because I just felt that that gave a really good length when you're doing something like this. So, and you'll choose a thread that matches as much as you can. Do some reverse stitching just to make sure it doesn't come apart. The actual seam allowance is 1 centimetre or 3/8 of an inch.
Okay.
So that's important. I know on this one, I actually didn't take notice of the seam allowance and I did it a bit close. So my eye looks like this fox is actually having a little bit of a sleep.
Okay. So do follow the seam allowance.
Yeah, do follow the seam allowance.
These diagrams look really funny, don't they, when it's sort of inside out?
I know.
Because they're so realistic.
They've also, you know, there's a key that tells you the right side of the fabric, the wrong side of the fabric. There is the other thing that I just want to mention with that beautiful pink fabric is that it is very soft and very movable.
Right.
So I actually put some interfacing on the back of that, just to help, so that and it does fray.
Just to stabilise it.
I would actually, you know, zigzag the raw edges and everything.
We do have
that.
If you want to do that, £3.99, and that's more than enough, that metre piece. But if you want to stabilise anything, I mean, if you might already have it in your stash, but if you need a little bit more. And I think it's the same if you're working with any loose weave very loose weave, particularly if you're using fabrics from your stash. You know, if you stabilise it a bit, then you can use it for other projects. But a metre square will go quite a long way.
So as I say, I'm just machining around here. We're going to trim this, and you trim it down to 1/8 of an inch to the edge. And I found actually, I'm just going around the curve, so I'm doing a couple of stitches at a time. To try and keep on the line as best as possible. Which again is another reason why a shorter stitch length is good, so you're not sort of, you've got a nice smooth curve rather than it stepped. If it was a longer stitch length, it would be stepped. So then I'm going to take my scissors and just trim this. So I'm trimming it to about 1/8 of an inch. And I'm actually going to help this because you're going to be turning this. And again, Vanessa uses this method and she snips up to the stitching, obviously not through the stitching, but it just helps that lie nice and flat because you're going to be turning this curve through. So just do that. It's very absorbing as well as a project. It really is. You know, you get a bit carried away and you think, all right, I want to do the next piece.
Well, there's a lot of little stages, aren't there?
There are, which is why I say it's not really for a complete beginner.
But then it's nice, isn't it? Because you can then do it in little bits. So you think, well, I'll just do that bit. So you've got little stages to follow.
Yes, definitely. So I'm just turning that through and I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in. I'm not going to press it because I've actually got some of the markings on there and I'll lose the markings completely. So I'm just going to pop a pin in and just see how well this cord turns. So you get a really, really nice smooth line, and this is part of the socket, the eye socket.
It must have been taking ages to get the patterns, because they're very specific shapes, aren't they?
Yes, definitely.
How she did that.
What I tended to do was actually have the pattern pieces at the side of me. So the card, I did mine on card. I had the card pattern pieces at the side of me so I could identify.
Right.
So when, you know, there is specific shape, some of the shapes you think, oh gosh, that's very similar. So this is the part that I've done. So I have machined around there and I've turned it, and you're left with this lovely smooth curve. The next one that you're going to do is on here. So this is this part. So you're going to machine there, and again, this is where you get your centimetre seam allowance. And I'm just going to machine along there, and you can see very clearly Vanessa recommends doing it right from the raw edge all the way through the
Okay.
dots to the other side.
Yeah, so these instructions are really comprehensive. So if you've done a bit of sewing before, if there's any of the projects you want to see, because we've got all of the ones in the book here, if any you want to see more close up, let me know and I will bring them off the shelf.
They are amazing.
Brand new
This
book
is-
today.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen them.
I know. So
and
when
they
I
are
saw that all the animals
incredible.
arrived the other day and thinking, oh, when's that going to be? So I was so excited that I got to do them. I mean, they're not just for children either.
No, I think in a modern house
Yeah,
with a plain
yeah.
wall, or maybe sort of really some fancy sort of jungly type
Yes.
wallpaper would be fantastic.
Well, they're real statements, aren't they?
They
And
are.
because they're fabric, they're so charming. But then for children's bedrooms as well. But great presents.
Yes.
I'm always thinking about that. Wouldn't that? Oh, now who would I like to make one of those for? Would absolutely love them. And I think the unicorn. We have got the unicorn. I think that's.
with the ticking.
take them?
Yeah. Any striped fabric would
And
look
anyone
lovely
who's got
with that.
chickens needs to have the cockerel.
Yes. Stuart. He needs the ram and the
Yeah. Can you imagine the unicorn in Tula Pink? I'll show you the unicorn. Look. Imagine the unicorn in Tula Pink or Cave. And you could even, if you had a bit of sparkly, this is just in a grey tweed, but if you had a bit of sparkly fabric for the horn.
Oh my gosh, yes.
It's the same pattern they use for the horse. It's just the horse has got a mane.
Also, can you imagine it in pink fleece?
Pink, oh yes. Oh, it'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Or in any rainbow fabrics.
Or faux suede.
Yes. Yeah.
But if you've got like some really big patterned tulas or caves, can you imagine? There we go. I'll give you. And then you've got the hard. You've got the hard. That's where the mount board goes, and it's quite clever. It's sort of slipped in, and then you have the hook there. But if there's any you want to see, I've got all of them. I'll have to give them back at some point. Tell me which ones, if you've got the book, which one you're going to make and who for. Although unless it's a surprise. Mm-hmm. So, and they all feature this eye socket technique.
They do.
They're just slightly
yes,
different.
They are slightly different. I've got the stag eye
Right,
done
okay.
as well, if we've got time. So this is this part. So I've snipped into the curve again to make it turn. And you just turn that through and finger press it.
Okay.
At this stage, I wouldn't actually get the iron out. So just finger press it. You match all the raw edges and you can see how easily that comes together.
Yeah. I guess because you've clipped it all. So
Yes. Yes, definitely. If you didn't clip it, it wouldn't lie so flat. So to help make the eye socket, so similar to this, you actually put some wadding in there as well. And this just gives it more three-dimensional effect. So you take a piece of wadding that you've already cut out and just trying to realise, this again is the reason why you want, so I need the A and the C, so that's like that. So what you will do is, because you've actually machined and snipped, you want to cut off the excess. So we're going to just trim the interfacing. I've got a piece of, well, it's wadding, sorry, not interfacing.
So you need a 12-inch square of wadding for the
Yes,
fox,
yeah.
for example. It's not lots. We have got wadding if you want it, if you go onto the website, but it's just a 12-inch square for the fox.
So you just trim off the seam allowance and then you pop that in there.
Oh, okay. It's funny because you can't really see the wadding,
No,
but that's what just gives it that little structure.
It does just give it a little bit of extra
Oh, it's
structure.
so lovely.
So I'm just placing that in. When I come to press it, obviously, because it's the H640, it's got some glue, so just be careful when you press it. I use a pressing cloth on top or the applique cloth, and then just trim the excess wadding out of the way. So when you come to press it, you're not going to be ruining your iron. Okay, so that's that part. And then, so we've done that part. We've got, just trying to find the other pieces. They're here. Yeah. So as I say, this is where you start to sort of see it coming together. So on Part 4, we've done turn the eyelids right side out and press, slip the wadding inside, which we've done, and then you pin a lower eyelid to each socket, matching the dots and aligning the raw edges. So we take the right side of this part, and you've got this part here, and there's a gap, so don't worry, that's right. So
that's why all the letters are on the template, so
yes.
for matching up. So half of the stock of the fox bundle is gone. So if you want the foxy fox. It's lovely though. It is sort of bite-sized pieces though, isn't it?
It is, and just do a little bit at a time. Once you've done one of these, it'll be really, really easy to then, carry on with the other eye socket, but then the other characters. So we've done that part, which is here, and then this part goes over the top. Now this is where your button is going to go, in this section here.
So a few people have messaged in about the patterns. They need enlarging. They just need doubling, so 200%, because otherwise you wouldn't get them all in. It does say it on all the pages that they do need enlarging. But Cara, when you did yours, you did it at home.
I managed to do it at home, and what I did was I actually, if you've got a normal printer at home, take a photocopy of each of the pattern pieces like this, and then I got it here. So if you take a photocopy of that, and then I folded the extra, so this is life size, okay? So I folded the extra paper out of the way, and on my printer, so this is my printer, the glass plate.
Yeah.
I actually put my printer,
on the scanner
paper
part.
on that part, which was lined up with where they say you need to put your paper. And then I was able to enlarge it by 200%.
Oh, okay.
And I was able to enlarge it, and it meant that I had these pieces here at 200%. Then I turned it, did that at 200, turned it, did that at 200, turned it, did that at 200. And then my pattern pieces, some of them I had to actually stick together.
They wouldn't fit them all in, would they?
No, you wouldn't get 15.
Well, I don't think you'd even get
characters.
the whole piece across the page either, would you? So.
No, but that was really, really quick
and
simple.
So it was
really quick and simple.
So as long as you've got like a scanner printer.
Yes. And I was really lucky because I had some card at home, so I was able to print it straight on
Or
the
you
card.
just take it to a photocopying shop, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
Or a library, enlarged by 2. It's not anything weird, is it? But I guess to get them all on, they have to do that.
Yes. So, so that's how you create your socket for the fox. And you machine, I'm just looking at the time, I'd like to go through the eye for the stag as well. So you machine it all the way around, and then this is actually attached to here. So you'll get your curve. Again, you'll machine this part here and clip in so that that
creates a nice neat curve.
Yeah,
okay.
and
But
then
it
you
is in
can-
little chunks. It's very achievable, isn't it? You sort of take it slow, do the tricky bit slowly, and then move on to the bigger bits.
So that is the back of the actual eye socket. This will automatically fold towards the top of the head, and then you can layer because you've got quite a few layers of fabric there. So you can trim one very close to the edge, the next layer of fabric a little bit further away. So you're actually laying it so it lies a lot flatter. And then your button will fit into the socket in here. And Vanessa does suggest that if you've got a button that's got the 2 holes there rather than a shanked button, you will just place that in the right direction so it looks more like an eye there, like that. Okay, so that's the fox eye, and if we've got time, I'll do a eye for the stag.
Yeah, you've got about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
To do
Very quick. So
the stag.
Yeah. So
The
this
stag.
is what
I
we're...
love the stag.
Yeah.
So the stag, let me give you a little, and obviously the fabrics that we have in our kit are slightly different because this is the original one. Actually, I think ours are better. Don't you think? Ours are nicer.
I love the fabric that we've got for these. I would
There's
actually,
so much of it though.
Which is
So let me
really
show you
nice.
our fabric. So that's what he looks like. But there's loads of fabric. I might have to move a few animals out of the way. Got to
You
zoom.
need, because the stag is a little bit bigger, you do need quite a lot of fabric
Yeah, and there's
compared to the fox, because the fox is a lot smaller.
So you get this gorgeous, this is used for the main body of the stag. It's a lovely checked sort of herringbone tweed wool as well. So that's the main body of the stag. Is this the underbody? I think, just looking at your pieces.
Yes, so the antlers are in the herringbone.
In this one.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the fabric that's used for the antlers. Again, I mean, this is the sort of thing you make curtains, blinds out of, or men's jackets. This is beautiful. For $34.99, I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? And that's the antlers. That's a really good price. And then this is the underside.
And the inside of the ears.
And the inside of the ears is this lovely fawny coloured tweed. Look, there's loads of it as well. Look, that's just one piece. And then you've got the plain brown, which is used for the nose. So you've got a lot of fabric there, and the piece of mountain board that's for the back. And it is all beautiful wool fabric. I would definitely be keeping any offcuts of that for a bit of patchwork.
Oh,
Or
can you
just
imagine actually?
in patchwork?
You
Just join
could
them
put
all
that-
together.
Yes, make some fabric.
Join them all together and make your own fabric. But that's
Yeah.
I think that is a beautiful kit. So that's what he'll look like. Not in these colours, but similar. I mean, absolutely stunning, isn't he? Really resplendent. I think, is my favourite.
He is just gorgeous.
Just because he's gorgeous,
Absolutely
isn't he?
beautiful.
And then all you need is a little nail in the wall and hang them up. And honestly, the ram's head I've got, because when you walk in the front door, you see everyone goes, "Oh wow, that's fab!" It's one of those real talking points. And because they're made from fabric, they're just glorious. But I'm definitely going to get the book and make a patchwork velvet one. Right, back to eyes.
Okay, so I'm doing the eye socket. So this is one that I have actually made.
It's like a real
it's
thing.
just three-dimensional,
I know,
isn't it?
gorgeous.
And then
Can we
this
see?
one,
Can we get in close to see that? That's really clever.
it is so clever. Sorry.
Look how detailed that eye is.
And then the I think you've got these.
Oh, okay, we got the
buttons
black
and everything.
buttons. Oh, yes, they're very glitzy, aren't they?
So what you'll do is you'll just drop that under there, and then you'll.
You see, because if you just sewed it on, it would just look a bit
I know, it wouldn't
unprofessional, wouldn't it?
look
But that with
sort
the
of,
eye,
yeah.
so it doesn't even matter with the buttons.
No,
and the
not
way
at
they're
all.
peeping out as well.
I know. I mean, if you wanted to, you could pop one of the metal ones in there. But I love the black. I think the black is really.
So if you
really...
get this kit, you need these black buttons because they're gorgeous. They're not in the kit. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they?
So this is very simple. It looks really complicated, but it's very simple. So what you will have is you'll have your fabric piece, and then you'll have interfacing, and this is iron-on interfacing, and you'll have the glue side of the iron-on interfacing facing upwards, which seems a bit strange.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I've gone round the eye socket, and I'm now going to just clip and get rid of the fabric in the centre. And this is where, you've got your centimetre seam allowance, which seems a lot, but actually it works really well. And again, this fabric doesn't fray, so there was no need to sort of put any interfacing on it. And then we'll just snip towards the stitching. I've done the stitching in the red, so apologies. I wouldn't normally. I would use a brown or something like that, but you can see.
So you can show it off.
Yes. So we'll just snip that round. And as I say, you've got the interfacing with the glue side up. So we'll just go around there. Then take the pins out, and you're going to post the interfacing through the hole. So we post that through like that.
Oh, okay. So a bit like when you do circle applique and you use interfacing.
Yep. So we'll just pop that through like that.
And then you get
then you spend a little bit of time just making sure. So the way I did it was I just matched the raw edges and then very carefully worked my way.
Side down now?
Yes, so that's glue side down. I know, it's clever, isn't it? Really clever.
But you get a really neat finish that way.
You definitely do.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
And then I'll show you, I have got
He's definitely my
a couple of the lids. So we'll just, and you'll spend a bit of time doing this.
Yeah.
So I'm matching my raw edges and then I'll concentrate actually on the circle and just try and make sure that the interfacing doesn't show. So you want to try, but you can either machine, I'll show you the next stage, you can either machine the next stage or you can hand stitch it, and I found it much better to hand stitch it because you'll have the back of the eye and the lids that will show through the circle that you've just created. So you want to spend a bit of time, as I say, just flattening that. And you can, at the moment, you can see where the interfacing is, but you would spend a bit of time making sure that that's nice and flat. Then you'll take, so this is the back of the eye, and you'll have, there's, you'll cut 8 of these, and you'll machine them along that line, you'll trim that line, then you'll turn them through, then you'll press them. And I've actually trimmed my interfacing, my wadding, and I've used H640 again, and then very carefully with a mat or something, or a cloth, or a pressing cloth, attach, so that's attached to one side. So I want my wadding, and you'll place, so I'll just turn this over so you can see exactly where. So we've trimmed the wadding there, and then we've inserted it into the fabric that you've turned, and you'll put one of these at the bottom. And again, I wanted to make sure that I got the herringbone in the same direction, the weave in the same direction.
Yeah.
So you'll pop one there and one there like that, and just pop a couple of pins in just to hold it. You've got quite a few layers of fabric here, so you know, just be careful when you're actually pinning.
But this, because this tweed is a nice open weave, I guess it's easy to sew through, isn't it?
It is.
It's not tight.
It sews beautifully actually through the machine. So you'll pin that there, and then you'll machine all the way round to hold those two together. Have I got time to? No.
No, not really, unfortunately.
No. So you'll machine all the way round to hold that together, and then you'll pop that over the top. And I found mine, I'd still got a little bit of the interfacing showing, but mine looked like that this morning before I got here. But what I did was spent a bit of time and just with a normal sewing needle, just hemmed it. You can see here, there's a little bit of the interfacing. So I just hemmed it all the way round, and then
it's such a beautiful finish, isn't it? You're going to have to finish him off, aren't you?
Yes.
And hang him up.
On my wall.
Definitely.
So pop an eye in there.
That's gorgeous. Thank you so much, Cara. It's really brought the whole book to life. And I'm convinced. Just I don't know which one though. I think it might be the deer, but then possibly the chicken. Possibly the chicken. So if you want the book on its own, can't believe this is $14.99 and there are 15 animals. All the templates are in the book, all the instructions, all the walkthrough information. There's even details about where to buy different sorts of fabric in different parts of the world as well, strangely. But it's all in here. I absolutely love them. I think anyone would love one of these. When you look at the quality of the design in there, they're really detailed. As Cara says, the instructions are ever so easy to follow. All you've got to decide is which one to make. But if you make one from it, send me a photo. I'd love to see it, because I am thinking which one, you know, you could automatically see which would work with the small scale Liberty prints, which with the big, bold Anna Maria fabrics or Kaif or Tula, which ones would work with shirts. I mean, wouldn't they look great in men's shirts?
Oh gosh, yes. A memory head.
Yeah, or denim.
Yes. Oh my gosh, different shades of
You
denim.
could use different shades of denim.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So $14.99 for the book. You get all 15 projects in there. Ever so easy to follow. Well done if you've got it already. You are going to love this book. It's brilliant. I'm converted. I want one. So you just need to pop that in your basket. We have also got 3 fabric bundles. We've got one for the Fox, which is $9.99. $9.99 for the Fox one, which has got the red corduroy, fat quarter. It's got this lovely pink boucle, which is for the rest of the Fox. It's got the black for the nose and the mount board. And we've also got a kit for the Stag, which is this beautiful wool tweed fabric. You've got 3 different fabrics here. $34.99, and you have got a lot of fabric in this kit. I'm sure you've got way more than you need. Absolutely gorgeous. Thanks for joining us for this hour. We'll see you back here in another hour.
That's okay. I just, if we've got 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah, this
Just let
is
me
the
have 1
back, and you'll have your mount board, and that goes in, and then you'll do a ladder stitch
Oh,
to close
so
it.
nice and easy.
Yeah, very,
and
very
neat.
easy. Yeah.
Thank you. That's brilliant.
Okay.
Yes, so you deserved that minute. It was brilliant.
Sorry.
I'll see you back here in another hour
Yes.
for
yes.
Stuart Hillard's bags.
I know, a messenger bag.
Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining me for this hour. Wasn't it great? Love these heads. We're going to have to send them all back now, though. Next, we've got Kerrie on air with us, who is going to show you how to make this brilliant hanging wash bag and a wallet as well. Perfect Father's Day gifts, or anyone really. See you back here in just a minute's time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Good morning and welcome back to Sewn Street, and welcome if you just joined us. We are launching a brand new Design-A-Quilt block competition today. Fantastic. We are going to hang the winners, 12 winners we're going to select at the Festival of Quilts in August. All you have to do is buy the panel, create the block, can be your design, can be someone else's. It doesn't have to be original, we just want it to be inspired. You can be a beginner, you can be an expert, it doesn't matter. You can use a little bit of your fabric, but mainly the fabric that's on the block so that all the blocks hang together. All the instructions are on the website, and the details of sending the panel, your finished quilt block back, and the dimensions are all printed onto the panel. We will be choosing 12 winners. They will be made into the most beautiful quilt, and you will all the 12 winners will get £100 credit on their Sewing Street account. All the blocks that don't win, we won't be able to return them, but we will be making them into something else. We're just trying to work out what they will not go to waste. So pick up your panel, £4.99 for all your strips of Sewing Street print fabric and white fabric. Any questions, message in and we will answer you, but can't wait to see your entries. Kerrie, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Kerrie the wash bag. Kerrie the wash bag.
Kerrie the
morning.
wash bag. Is that my new name this
yes,
week?
Kerrie the wash bag until she becomes Kerrie the wallet. Look at this. Look at this. I've got to show you first. Look at this. That's what you get to make. It's got a hanging loop to put it into your... Yeah, on the website, toiletries are not included. Kerrie's taking those out. You hang it up in your hotel room. It's got PVC here, so you can clear. There's even a little bit to put your toothbrush in. It's got zip sections, and then it's got lovely fabric on the back, and then the whole thing folds flat, so you can pop it in your suitcase for storage. What a brilliant gift, all for yourself. And a little handle on top. So, in the kit, yours will come like this, beautifully wrapped. So if you're giving it as a gift, beautifully wrapped in tissue paper. If you're going to make it for someone, give it as a gift, keep the tissue paper to wrap it in. And in the kit you get, let me just very carefully, full instructions. On the instructions is a QR code that you can scan, which will take you through to the video tutorial. So even if you haven't watched the whole show or part of it, you will get the video tutorial in the full instructions and the pattern pieces. You get all the fabric, but I love the fact you get all the bits and pieces. That's brilliant. So you get
Everything
Velcro,
you need.
and you get the D-ring, and you get the lobster clasp, and the zip. It's all here. So it's only time.
Just time, thread in your machine. Is
Threading
what you
machine,
need.
time threading machine, that's it. It's all here. You've got the wadding, you've got all the fabrics, you've got the PU, everything you need is in this kit, and I love that. So it's nice for you to do yourself because you know you've got it all there, but lovely to give to somebody because it is complete. We love a complete kit. Love that. So that's the blue. It's like a constellation one. Yeah, it'd be good from a gentleman.
Perfect for a gentleman.
Could be. You wanted to make a wash bag for them. And then we have another colourway. Yeah, this is new. Look at this one. This is the one that Kerrie's going to be showing us how to make.
This is the one I'm making.
So this is a sample one. This is very pretty. Is this Liberty?
It isn't Liberty. It's
isn't.
unusual for me
It
not to
is
have Liberty,
unusual
isn't
for
it?
you.
We
This
have
is-
got Liberty in the wallet
Oh, thank
today.
goodness. So I'm going to open it all out so you can see the fabric. So obviously you've got the PU, you've got this lovely fuchsia pink that's used in the lining section, and there's the PU, and you've got wadding as well, obviously. And then this is the main fabric. Look how pretty. This is so Kerrie. This is called Kerrie Floral.
I need a fabric, don't
You
I?
do.
I really
This
need a
is definitely
fabric.
Kerrie Floral, but it isn't that pretty. So that's the main wash bag. That's such a lovely gift for somebody. And then obviously you get a pink zip. You get obviously white. Well, obviously from Kerrie, white Velcro. You get all the hardware. It's fab, isn't it? And the instructions. And don't forget the QR code in here for you to scan to watch the video. You just need sewing machine and a thread, and your pleasure and a little bit of your time. But it's all here, which is great because things like sourcing the right wadding, the PU and all the things is not always easy, is it? But it's all here for you. Right, I'm going to put these back together.
You're so delicate with the kits.
It's not really, is I'm not very good at this at all. So we also have the pattern on its own, which is here. So if you've, if you've got your own fabric and you have all it doesn't have any of the hardware or any of the bits and pieces, it is just the pattern on its own. So if you want to make your own wash bag, $9.99. So Chrissy says on Facebook, love how these kits you can make for men because you don't often see that, and that's true, isn't it?
No, that's very true. We
Because it's
thought we'd
hard
bring
to
something.
think of things you can make for
It
men.
is, and that was our challenge this month actually, to come up with some items that we can give
And
for
actually, that
Father's
is,
Day.
you would
so-
give that. A man
Oh,
would,
absolutely,
would
yeah.
take that on holiday.
In fact, I can't take all the credit. Craig actually chose the fabric for this
Yes.
bundle, but
Oh,
he
well, there you
wanted
go
his
then.
own.
He chose it for himself. It's lovely with the brown trim as well. But you know what? It's really useful, isn't it? Because you get to the hotel room with your holiday cottage, you just hang it all up, and there it is. I'll show you again. See? Right, we've also got a very nice wallet, a man's wallet. And I've had to check through, and some of Craig's credit cards are in here as well, including his driving
We're going
licence.
shopping afterwards,
So me and
aren't we?
Kerrie are going shopping. I'll just pop one in my pocket. You'll never know. We'll have those. Oh,
There's money as well.
and then there's a £20 note. This is your kit will not come with a £20 note, unfortunately. So this is kit number 1. That is the right one. So again, as with all of Kerrie's kits, everything you need is in here. So you've got full instructions with the QR code and the pattern pieces. Then you've got all the fabric. So you've got the constellation fabric. So if you buy this one, it matches the wash bag. You've got this lovely blue like clouds fabric for the inside, and then the brown fabric. Oh yeah, I need to hold them up. One day I'll remember that. So obviously you've got the constellation fabric that's the outside of the wallet. You get this lovely blue sky fabric that's for the inside, and the brown that's for the pockets. Oh, and you get a zip.
And your hook and loop as well.
Oh, and you get a little bit of hook and loop tape. And this is what the wallet looks like. Shall I show you the inside? Look, it's got the little zip there to put your coins in, and the zip comes in the kit. everything you need is in there, £16.99. And remember, once you've bought the kit and you've made it, you've then got the instructions, so you can make another one and another one and another one. And then we have, obviously, a Liberty option. So if you want to make a ladies' wallet, which is lovely because I like the little zip piece. So in the Liberty option, oh, this is pretty. Oh, and it comes with the interfacing as well. Same instructions, pink zip. This is the main fabric. Very pretty, pink with sort of grey and green flowers. That's lovely, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
You can't buy one like this, could you?
No.
You just couldn't. You never buy one like that. And then
You can make one like
you
this.
can make one, but you'd never buy one. Then you've got the grey for the pockets and the yellow for the lining, and then it comes with the interfacing and the zip. So everything that you need bar the sewing machine and the thread is in this kit. Oh, and a little bit of hook and loop thing. If you want the pattern on its own for the wallet, oh, that's the one. I'll just throw this one up. Pattern on its own, £9.99 if you want to use your own fabric, but obviously you won't get any of the materials in there. But everything, all the details and the video tutorial information is in there for the pattern on its own, £9.99. Right. Welcome, Kerrie. Let's play. What's the day? Let's play.
Let's have a little play today. So the first thing I thought we'll start with is creating the bottom pocket.
Right.
So, and this is a beautiful floral. I did think, do I pop it into the kits or shall I keep some of this floral
you
for
can
myself?
show us on that then.
So we'll start by just making that bottom pocket. So you have got your hook and loop. This is a nice deep pocket with your box corners as great as well. So you've got nice deep pockets there for your, I don't know, your face washes, your shaving lotion, that sort of thing. So we've got that lovely deep pocket. So if we start with this one, so we're definitely finding that the pattern booklets and templates are getting bigger with some of the projects. So there's quite a lot of templates in this particular pattern. So what I'm finding is helping me, certainly when I'm popping these together, is keeping all of the pieces secured together.
It's amazing value, this kit, though, isn't it?
Pardon?
Amazing value.
Yes, absolutely.
So
everything is in there that you need. What I will mention actually on your, in fact, I'll mention that now. When you come to cut your templates, the floral, originally when I created this pattern, so this is for the flap, if I just show you this section here, because we're going to be working with this. So this is for the top flap here. Originally I did this in the lining fabric, which would have been the pink. So the templates do mention to cut this from your fabric too. If you want to do it like I'm doing today, my recommendation from your floral or your navy fabric is to cut your flap and all of the pieces that you want in the floral first, and then we can swap some of the bindings over onto the lining fabric. So I did swap that a little bit for today. So the first thing we're going to do to create this is to place the lining, the exterior fabric on the table with the fabric facing up towards you, and then we've got this clear vinyl, so we're going to align that top raw edge here just like that, and then we're going to take the lining and sandwich that vinyl in between. Now what you'll find when you're working with the vinyl is that it likes to move around, so clip these into position. Don't use your pins at this because you will damage the vinyl and you won't remove those pinholes, so the clips are perfect for this. And because we've got so much vinyl in this project, sometimes if I'm using vinyl and it's just a small amount, then I sometimes don't change the needle over, although I recommend to use a leather needle in the pattern if you have that in your stash. But certainly for this project it will make the world of difference.
A quarter of the stock for that bundle has already gone. So if you want that one, you need to get it checked out. $29.99. That's the one that's in the graphics though. It's the floral, the one that Kerrie's demonstrated, but quarter's already gone.
So I've swapped that needle over already, and all I'm doing is just using a 1/4 inch seam allowance and just sewing along that top raw edge. I did think about not lining the pocket and thought we could get away with it, but it's always quite nice to have.
I know.
It's
things like a lining that adds that little bit. That's what you don't buy.
Yeah, exactly. And I know some of the ones that I've bought that you can see all the raw, I like to hide the raw edges where possible. So we've just sandwiched this together. This is to make the top part of the pocket. And all we're going to do, now we don't want to press anywhere near the vinyl or any of this project. So a roll and hem, I used this in the last project that we did here because we're using a lot of vinyl. So these are incredibly useful to have, especially if you're working with a vinyl and you just need to get a nice finish onto here. So what we're going to do now is to just top stitch, and this is a great opportunity to use those beautiful decorative stitches or your nice threads. You know, there's some beautiful colours in this particular kit, so you could select any of those. I'm sticking with a light pink actually, and I'm just swapping that across to a zigzag stitch. And that keeps all of those seams nice and flat as well. So the next thing that we're going to do is we have got your hook and loop. This is inside your kit as well. So we're going to take the loop part and just centre this at the top. All of the measurements, how far to bring this down, are inside your pattern booklet as well. But I'm just simply lining that vinyl up with this bottom raw edge here and coming an inch down from that top vinyl. Now, I have got some pins. This is the only point that I would recommend.
Yeah, because you're going to have to pin that, right?
Yeah, this is definitely the point that I'd recommend to pin here. So because it will try and move away from you. So just pushing that through, and of course we're not removing those, so we're not going to see any damage to the vinyl at this stage. There we go. So we're just going to sew around the top. Just using a straight stitch, and I'm going to increase the straight stitch to the longest stitch, which on this machine is 5.
And that sew on quite easily?
Sews on really easily, yeah. This isn't self-adhesive, so this works really quite well. It just, because of the vinyl and the hook and loop, it tries to move quite a lot. So we're pinning it down and then securing it with a foot there. So about 1/8 of an inch from that edge. Don't want to go too close to it, because what you can find is as you're opening this pocket that it'll just start to fray. And you've got a nice guideline on your hook and loop as well.
Can you glue it? Have you ever tried the fabric glue?
I've never, no.
I don't know.
Why would you glue when you have a sewing machine?
No, to hold it in place instead of pin.
That's not a bad idea.
I wonder whether it holds it or whether it just makes it all slidey.
I've not actually tried, but if I was going to try anything, I'd probably try the wash away tape to see if that secures it into place.
Oh, that's true. Or whether it would just...
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't know.
I shall try for next time.
No, I wouldn't glue instead of sew. No. But I wonder whether you try it and it all just slides off. I don't know.
We'll try. We'll try in between the shows. So we've got the loop attached now. Now I've finished this with a binding. So all I'm going to do is to just take that binding strip and to just fold this into the centre to create that centre fold. Have we got? It would help if I switched it on, wouldn't I?
I did that last time with my sewing machine and the iron.
It was switched on when I had it this side, and I've moved it, haven't I? Well, I'm pretending it was anyway. Might not have been. Now this pattern, there's so many steps in this particular pattern, so we have pre-recorded the whole tutorial with every step as well. So if we don't get to finish the demo today, you've got that whole tutorial.
Well, that's brilliant. And you just go through the instructions and scan the QR code.
So on the Denver, the QR code is on the welcome letter, at the bottom of the welcome letter.
Right.
So you can either type the link into the search engine, or you can just hover your phone over the top if you've got a smartphone, and that'll take you straight through to the full tutorial.
Fab. So it's easy. And then this is just like a bit you struggle with, or you want a bit... Then just like forward to the bit you like.
That's it, yeah. So we're just going to slide this into the top of the vinyl now. Make sure that raw edge is butting up to the vinyl and just clip this into position. And again, using that zigzag stitch, just sew across that binding there to secure this into place.
That gives it a really nice edge. I like that.
Well, I like getting the most out of it, and I seem to finish everything. I can't help but finish.
Yeah, but again, that's what you don't get, isn't it?
Is it just gives it that extra little bit of...
In the bought ones.
That's very true.
But remember, if you can either buy the kit, because we have it in the 2 colourways, or you can buy the pattern on its own as well. So you can either buy the floral one, which is the one that Kerrie's working with at the moment. And the graphics that's on the screen at the moment is the pattern on its own, $9.99 if you want to use your own fabric.
So to complete this little pocket, what we're going to do here is to fold these. So I'm placing this onto just the pressing mat with the lining facing up towards me. And we want the raw edge to go in between. So as we bring this together, fold the vinyl and then just clip. Now you'll find it easier if you leave a 1/4 inch at the bottom. This allows for a nice easy turning when we're coming to pop this onto the panel. So if you just make a little dot just into the corner, a 1/4 inch from both raw edge, that's just as a little reminder for yourself where to stop with your reverse stitch. So we'll do that on all 4 corners. And then just starting and finishing with a reverse stitch.
Okay.
Remembering to drop it back to the straight
The floral
stitch.
is in the lead at the moment. Of you wash bag kits, floral is winning.
The print's just beautiful.
It is really pretty. I suppose it's the Kerrie floral. It's very lovely.
I'm going to let them know. Can we change this,
Yeah,
please?
can you change the name of that to Kerrie floral?
Got sidetracked and gone all the way to the end on that one.
Yeah.
Thinking of pretty florals.
That's because I was talking to you. Do not talk to
Doesn't
people while
take a
you're
lot
trying
to
sew.
distract me, does it, today?
Oh, the May Day prize. We've been having a prize every day in May, so if you... Where's it? I put it down somewhere. That would be handy, wouldn't it? Oh, here it is. I put it exactly where... I'm just blind. So if you shop with us in May, in May, then we have a different prize every day. And today's prize, I'm really impressed with this one, is the stitch remover. That's really good, isn't it? All you have to do is shop to win. This is fantastic, this is. How much are these? Like 30 something? Can't remember. All you have to do is shop today. Automatically, anything that you buy today, you will be entered into the draw, and the winners will be announced next Monday to win the Bridgewater Stitch Remover. Comes with all the plugs, rechargers, the brush to clean it, all the instructions. Shop to win, so anyone who shops today, you don't have to do anything. As soon as you check out, you will automatically be entered in the prize draw to win the Stitch Remover. Fab prize. Back to you, Kay. Where are we doing,
So
Kerrie?
all I've done now is to just pop the loop onto the clear vinyl for the inside of the flap. So again, the measurements are in the pattern booklet for this, but I've just skipped ahead. So for the inside of the pockets, I've chosen to put so much vinyl in this project, so if anything does spill on this or your toiletries spill on this, you can just wipe this down. So we've placed the loop onto the vinyl. What we're going to do next is to pop the flap front on top, pattern facing. That was a tongue twister, wasn't it? And because we've got the vinyls can be quite tricky to turn the right way round. So I've measured just 2 inches in from the raw edge. I'm going to leave a nice wide turning gap. It's a nice big flap as well. So we're going to sew around the raw edge and just leave that turning gap there. We don't want to make life difficult for ourselves, so we'll leave this nice and easy to turn. So again, starting and finishing with a reverse stitch.
This really goes through the machine easily, doesn't it?
It goes through really well. And again, finishing with a reverse stitch here. So what we're going to do now is to just clip the corners and just make some little notches onto the curve there. Turn this the right way out. And again, just using that roll and hem, I'll just give this a press over the raw edges. And at this stage, I'm then just going to top stitch the two sides and the curve. We're going to leave this open to make popping this into the bag in just a little while nice and easy. By having that nice big turning gap, we're not getting too many creases in the vinyl, and it turns out nice and easily to expose that lovely fabric.
I think it's something quite pleasing, isn't it, about mixing, you know, your cotton fabric with the vinyl. It looks lovely together.
I think with mine I'll be really delicate putting things in and out, but for the children ones I think they'll get thrown in and out. I'll be really valuing the benefit of the vinyl.
Well, it makes it so
on
much
the
more
inside.
robust, doesn't it, to have that.
Definitely.
The mixture of the two looks lovely together.
Absolutely. So again, just giving that a little press. You can at this stage and in the pattern and definitely the tutorial, I recommend just hand sewing this just to finish, but for today I won't. You always get a better finish there on your project. So we'll just
over the turning gap.
Yeah, so we'll just, especially because it's such a big turning gap as well. If you wanted to make it smaller, you could, but I prefer to make it a bit bigger and not have the fight with the vinyl to turn it out, or too many creases. So again, just using a nice, in fact, I'm not going to do that just so we can move on, but here we'll just top stitch this using a zigzag stitch. Right. Now, once that's in position, we're then going to put this onto the lining of the vinyl. Now, when I do the tutorial and in your pattern booklet, I've done some nice crosshatch quilting on the front of mine. Again, for time I'm not going to today, but this is a nice opportunity to do any quilting on the front of your batting and your exterior fabric if you want to. And the vinyl does try and move around quite a lot, so here I've just sewn this to the raw edge, so the lining of the fabric there, and then the vinyl sits on top. So as we place this together, and again, in your pattern booklet, I sew all of these layers together, but just for nice, easy installation of the pockets here. When we're attaching this particular part of the section, we're going to clip this into position. So I'll pop that on for now. I don't think we'll get time to do all of this today. But as I mentioned when we were sewing this together, we've got that little 1/4 inch turning gap that we've left here. When you come to position this into the corner, this just allows you to sew to the corner, leave your needle inserted, and then come across to your second corner. Now, this particular one is nice and easy to secure into place, because the best thing to do, you can follow the measurements, is just pop your flap into position, place this onto your panel, and then sew directly through all of your layers.
Already. Great to see Kerrie this morning. Her patterns are so well designed, but with plenty of scope to make the projects your own and collect them. So thank you very much. What a lovely comment.
That's a lovely comment. Thank you very much. So we'll have a look at the zip pocket.
The message. Morning, Rebecca and Kerrie. Fabulous show so far. So glad I'm working from home. The demos have been fab. Love from Vanessa. Thank you. Always good to work from home.
Every opportunity I get to work from home, but we've been so busy recently. I've not been working from home, which means I've not been catching up on my series in the background, but that does make me quite distracted. And obviously Sewing Street of a morning as well. So the next pocket we've got is the middle pocket, and this has got the little zipper on for you. So again, I've used the binding on the top and the bottom of the zipper. And I do this in lots of different patterns. I quite like this way of...
It does look really neat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it really makes it pop. So your little zipper here, so if you've got some of our other patterns, you might have even done this on other projects. So we've got the binding that we're going to attach to the top and the bottom of that little zipper there. I've already gone ahead and put the binding onto the bottom of the vinyl, which I'll sew into place in just a moment. And again, we're going to fold this. So as I mentioned right at the beginning of the tutorial, I did decide that I wanted the floral as my flap. So some of the binding pieces are slightly different. Where I've mentioned cut fabric 1 or 2, I've just swapped those over, which is absolutely fine to do. So again, just pressing this into the centre to create that binding. And as you mentioned, we've got that little toothbrush pocket as well.
I like the toothbrush pocket. I think that's brilliant because it's a vinyl one.
Well, when I made this, to be honest, I obviously made it with Craig in mind, with Father's Day coming up, but then remembered my youngest child, who has every excuse not to brush his teeth. You know, we've gone through the fad. So if I make it really easy to access, he's got no excuse, has he?
Exactly. So the navy one, the men's version, all available ground, or women, either, but the navy version is the one that's in the graphics at the moment, $29.99, and that is everything. You don't get the toiletries. Kerrie's kept them. Hannah loves the toothbrush pocket. I do.
So
no, I do. You don't want your toothbrush touching anything else.
Yeah. And it's got a vinyl pocket as well, so that's nice and secured. So I've put one of the binding on the top of the vinyl, and we've got one on the bottom.
Right.
And then the next one, we're going to attach this to your zip. So we'll just double check that zip works.
And the zip's in the kit.
The zip, everything you need is in the kit, including, and I don't think I'm going to get to this stage, but including your lobster clasp and your hook for the front as well.
Lovely,
so they're already everything
the
that you need.
Always makes it look a bit professional, doesn't it?
Yeah. And if we pop it into the zip, it's just easier to get on with the project instead of waiting for those to come or digging through your drawer if you're anything like me, in the hope that they're where you thought they were.
Yeah. I'm sure I've got one. No, I haven't.
So for the zip, what we're going to do is encase this in the binding as well. So we just pop in the wash away tape on the front and the back of the little zipper there, and we'll remove one at a time. So just moving this off the back, and we can drop this into the binding just to hold that into position. And the same with the top. So if we remove that wash away tape as well, we can fold this over the top and secure this into position. So what we're going to do is to just sew along the vinyl here with a zigzag stitch, and then we'll use the zipper foot and just sew the binding to the zipper for now. So for the binding, I'm using a zigzag stitch, and I want this zigzag stitch nice and close to the fold of the fabric, or closer to the binding, because when we attach this to the pocket in just a little while, we're going to attach this by using a straight stitch on that edge there.
Right.
So we actually sew across the binding twice. So for the zipper pocket, we just swap the foot over. And we'll just pop this onto the machine and sew along that little zipper. So I'm going to open this up out of the way. Let's just get that nice and straight. We don't want a wobbly zip, do we? Not today anyway.
Not today, no wobbly zips. But it looks, I like the way you've got sort of some of it goes onto the vinyl and some of it's on the zip, so it just looks really neat. Oh yeah, so a few people have asked about your extra things. So if you're buying the pattern on its own and you need, say, just the lobster clasp, we do have those separately. So I've got a 2-pack of silk D-ring lobster clasps, $3.99. So if you are using your own fabric but you think, oh, I just need the lobster clasp, we've got a pack of 2 of those, $3.99. In the kit is, what's the 6-inch?
6-inch in the zip. So we've got 2 different sets of zips today actually. The 9-inch is great for the Denver, which is the pattern that I'm working on now.
Right.
And the 6-inch is the size that I've used inside the wallet.
Okay,
so the 6-inch is oversized, of course, but that's great for trimming down into the wallet as well.
So you need the 9-inch for the wash bag and the 6-inch for the wallet. Okay, so the 9-inch zips, we've got them, they come in different colourways, and what's great is you get several in the pack because you never need just one zip, do you? But they're done in colourways, so this one is 5 pastel. Colours might be slightly different to this, but they will all be pastel. Really useful, and they're 9-inch, so they're obviously easy to cut down. So if you want 5 pastel zips. And yeah, no, I mean, quite often it's difficult to find these zips, isn't it, if you don't have a local haberdashery shop. 5 bright. So just primary colours, but just a really useful thing. If you just pop in your basket, you've always got them. I am a bit of a collector of zips because I hate running out of them. But you know, if you're making things to sell or you're doing fates and things, this is absolutely perfect. 5 white. Yeah, 5 white and black. So if you have all of them, if you have the bright, the pastel, the white and the black, that covers everything, doesn't it? And also the hook and loop tape, which is really useful. So you get a metre in here, so which is way more than you need for this, but brilliant to have in the stash. So white, I would get this one. So, and it's separate, so you've got the hook and the loop. It's all sewn, $2.99. Very, very good value for a metre of hook and loop tape. And it's 1 inch wide. $2.99, absolutely fantastic. Because you know when you buy it, you have to be careful because some of it's stick-on when you buy it for like Roman blinds, is you have like a stick-on hook and a sew-in loop. Yeah. Very confusing, but this is both sew-in. And if you want black, get the black one as well. Really useful. Obviously, these kits don't use a metre, so you have loads left over, but great to have in your stash. So if you're, obviously all of this is in your kit, but if you're buying just the pattern, you think, oh, well, I haven't got any hook and loop tape, or I need the extra zip, or you just want these to go in your stash, these are all the extra bits as well. So the kit that Kerrie's working with, you get all of the fabric. You get the floral fabric, you get the plain fabric, you get the wadding, you get the PU, you get the zip, you get everything bar the thread and the sewing machine and you.
And you.
Or Kerrie. You have to do it yourself. So, when everyone has checked out, over half of the floral wash bag kit has gone. So if you want that one, you need to check it out. Right, Kerrie.
So what I've done here now, so
you finished it in those 2 minutes.
To secure this into place, what I've done is I attached wash away tape to the wrong side of the zip, as you can see here, just to hold this into place onto that binding, and then I've just sewn this using a straight stitch. This then, and again, the distance on your measurements are in your booklet. There's 2 inches in between your flap and your second pocket. And then what we're going to do is to just clip these into place onto the vinyl. Now, a second ago I jumped ahead. I've not actually put the lobster clasp and the handle on the exterior part yet, which I do a little bit earlier in the tutorial and the pattern booklet. So I've taken those off.
But it's all in the instructions.
It's all in the instructions. So we do secure these into place onto here and then just sew around the layers to get those together. And then we've got this really small, tiny, but incredibly useful little pocket here. So we've got a small part of the fabric one, which is your floral, and we're going to bind that. So just to pin this into position, we're going to attach this onto the vinyl. Now what's important here is that we overhang, so we fold this section in so there's no raw edges exposed on that vinyl pocket. the same here. So in the same way, we're folding this over, pressing or finger pressing, because we don't want any raw edges, into the centre as we've done with all our other binding. And I'll pin this just for now. Placing this onto one side of the vinyl, and then we will sew this into position. Again, using that zigzag stitch first time round and the straight stitch when we attach it to the panel. You can see why pressing makes the world of difference. There we go, really does. But just to show you how you put this last little pocket onto the panel. So this is quite nifty actually. As we bring this across here, this then just tucks under this top binding. So as we just slide this under here, and when we do that top stitch, so we're going to zigzag stitch across here, zigzag stitch across the binding, that secured your little toothbrush pocket. Then we'll straight stitch along the bottom here, and straight stitch along. I think we've already said we've done this bit, haven't we? But on each panel there, you've got that lovely decorative stitches, and these are then all secured into position. When you're at this stage and your handle and your D-ring and lobster clasp is in place, the next thing to do is to sew all of your layers together and bind to finish.
Oh, that's so pretty, isn't it?
Your little project. So
wow.
We've still got quite a bit to go.
Yes, I know, but we can see what it
but
does.
You can
come
see
together.
this come together nice and quickly.
And obviously, you know, you've done it lots of times, so you're super fast. But it does come together quickly.
It does come together very quickly, but it's nice to see that. And then we did pop a handle. So make sure you put your handle, your D-ring and your lobster clasp on that exterior part, which is a little bit earlier in the tutorial. And then you're ready to book your weekend.
Ready?
We've got Craig's card. We've got
his card. Yeah, we've got his card. We've got a wash bag. We're fine.
Absolutely fine. Should we look at the wallet to fill?
Yes, let's look at the wallet.
So
there are two wallet kits. There's the navy, which actually matches the wash bag. This one here, and that has all of the fabrics you need. Amazing price for that, $16.99. So again, you get everything. You get the zip, you even get the little piece of hook and loop tape. But the main fabric is this lovely navy celestial, and then we've got oh, I wouldn't sneeze. Sorry, where did that come from? Sort of mottled blue, like clouds. That is for the flap and the I'll show you those bits. That's for the inside of the pockets, and then you get this lovely brown that's for holding. The brown is for the binding of the wallet. So that's what that one looks like. You don't need anything. Everything's there.
Even your little tiny
yeah,
bit
Chrissy
of
said that's what she loves about your kits. That's what we all love about the Kerrie's kits. It's just easy peasy. And then if you want to do the Liberty one, you'd like to find that. What have I done with that one? It's coming. Where have you gone? There it is.
Have I scooped it up with my things over here?
I've got too many stuff on my desk. So everything in here, but the main fabric is obviously this beautiful. You remember you get the interfacing as well, but it's this beautiful Liberty print. Let me hold it up for you. That's the wallet. That's gorgeous. When do you ever see a wallet in Liberty? Beautiful floral. Only $16.99 as well. And then you get the grey that's for the pockets, which does look, I may hold them together. Look, don't they look lovely together? So you've got that grey for the pockets, and then yellow for the binding, and the zip. So it's all in there because the zip's for the little coin purse. So where do we start with this one then, Kerrie?
So for this one, what I've done here, so we've got several different things. We've got our card pockets, we've got the back of the card pockets, again, which we've used the Liberty in there. Then we've got the little zipper pocket, so let's keep all of those pieces together, let's not confuse myself. And then we've got the interior pocket as well. So the first thing to do is to get all of your interfacing. So your interfacing, it's a heavyweight interfacing in the kit, so this gives this a nice sturdy stability as well. So we're going to fuse those into position first of all. And we've got some really small pieces because it is a small wallet, but perfect for keeping lots of little coins, cards, all the necessities that we're going to
ideal,
need.
Because you've got room for notes, you've got the coin purse, then you've got room for credit cards, and then an extra two pockets, slip pockets.
And you've got for your receipts and your stamps,
everything
all your
you need.
secrets.
Good, actually, very good for holiday, because you know when you go on holiday and you then have to empty your
They're
purse.
great for children as well, aren't they? You know, for their little pocket money, helping them with
I kept finding when I was away last week that all my euros were jumping into my pound pocket. And back
where
and
did you
forwards.
go?
Went to Spain.
Oh, nice.
And very annoying. I needed a holiday wallet.
There you go. We've got one now. So the first thing that we're going to do is to create the pocket. So we'll keep the zipper pocket for a moment, and let's bring these across. So we've got our 3 pockets here. Have I got my 3 pockets? That's right. So we're just going to line the fabrics up with them. And we're going to sew along that top raw edge there. Again, so you've got a nice lining on each of these. Let me just double check I've got that right and I'm not using the wrong piece. That's the bottom of the zipper. I thought I'd done that. I thought I'd done that.
You knew.
It's only slightly different, but
Just enough.
just enough, yeah. Yeah, that's right. There we go. That's why keeping the templates is so useful. There we go.
Well, and then you can use them for making many, many more. You see, if you had a little fate,
These would be great, wouldn't they?
do you mind if people do
Not
that?
at all. I like to see that you're using them for those,
Oh.
actually.
Just don't, yeah, as long as you don't sell the patterns or copy them or anything.
Or,
Thanks.
or mass produce.
Yeah, or mass
But for
because
your
Kerrie
gift
does
giving.
spend quite a lot of time doing these. But to sell them on fates and things, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
And actually, once you've made one, you can really make them fast then, can't you? Once you've got the whole process.
Absolutely. All of the projects that we make are fast little projects, actually. Again, once you've seen those. And what we were finding is when we'd done a show, we were having emails afterwards asking us where the tutorial is. So we thought if we pop it inside the booklet,
Then we do, yes.
then we can
Perfect.
make it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go back and do all of the patterns that we've ever done. But the ones moving forward, we're trying to do all of those as we
Okay.
go. So we're going to press these open now. And onto the back. Now for yours, when you're making yours, you'll top stitch this. But so I can keep this nice and speedy today, I'm not going to top stitch. There we go. So to keep this together, what we're going to do is to take one of the back pieces, because you do see this when you're popping your, I would use that little pocket to be honest for my stamps and things. So you're taking one of the exterior lining, placing that flat, then popping the exterior back of the pocket. So this is the bit that we just see tucking out. And then we're going to place the pockets on top.
Oh, okay.
There. I think in the booklet actually I mentioned to alternate the fabrics. Now in the step-by-step instruction, what I recommend to do here is to sew around using 1/8 of an inch to secure those together. But again, just for speed today, I'm not going to do that. We're going to take the zipper pocket binding and just fold this in half, same as we did in the previous project. And this raw edge into that centre fold again, just to make the smallest little bit of binding. And then we're going to bind the side of those fabrics. So aligning this here with that centre fold, folding this across and clipping this into position. Now there is fabric left over from this kit of your 2 Liberty pieces, so if you wanted to use one of either of these fabrics, then there is space to do so. But I really like a bold binding just to make that pop. So when we come to put this into the fabric in a little while, what we're going to do is have the interior for that main pocket, then the exterior, so that lovely fabric that we're going to see, and then place that pocket on top. So you can see one side's coming together.
It looks lovely together, doesn't it?
Coming together nice and quickly. So
I like the way the
here.
grey goes with the pink floral as
It
well.
works really well, doesn't it? I think I might have cut that wrong, if I'm honest, because in the pattern, that I would normally do in the floral fabric. So you can swap that over if you want to.
So that's up to you, isn't it? You can
Yeah,
do.
absolutely.
Yes, you have on that one.
But as I mentioned, there is fabric to play with, so in this kit, some of the kits, you know, they're quite close, but this one you have got fabric to play with.
This Liberty wallet is in the lead at the moment.
The Liberty one.
You wouldn't get a Liberty wallet for $16.99 with instructions to make another one. You just wouldn't. It's beautiful.
So as you can see here, this zipper is oversized, and that's because these pieces really are very small indeed, so it makes it much easier for that zip installation. So the same way as I do with each zip is to just pop that wash away quilter's tape onto the front and back.
So if you don't have that tape, do you just pin?
You can pin, or Sewn glue pen's really good. In fact, in the pattern, I use the wash away tape.
Right.
But in the tutorial, I use the Sewn glue pen.
Oh, okay.
So I always think if there's something to make life easier.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And especially because this top part of the zipper is just so small. You can certainly pin if you want to, but it was a bit too faffy for me.
Yeah, no, it's just if you've run out or you haven't got any.
Yeah, clips will work as well. I actually find clips work
but it's
really
actually
well.
It's quite good if you've not used this kind of thing before. It's a good time to do it. To
Definitely.
Have a go.
So what I'm going to do is to just move that top tape, bring this up onto the top part of that little zipper there, and press into position. And we're going to remove the back of the tape, and then just sew this. Attach this, secure that into position, and we'll sew along here using a straight stitch. Now I would normally do this in 2 different stages, but to keep it nice and speedy, we're going to take the top of the tape off for the bottom and then fold this over. So bringing that onto that bottom so you can see that beautiful fabric that you're working with. Take off the tape on the back and place the lining on top and running your finger across. So we will just change over to a zipper foot on the machine, and just using a straight stitch, I've increased my stitch length to 5 again, and I'm going to sew along either side of that zip. That's the nice thing about working with the oversized zipper actually, is you have the benefit of not having to stop and start to move the zipper. Oh, definitely. So if I just cut to remove that excess thread, and we'll do the same on the back. If we just bring this back onto the table and open this out, so you can press, or if you've got your rolling hem, just give that a little press to expose that little zipper there. Check that the zipper works at this stage. Now, because these are small pieces in the booklet and the step-by-step, what I recommend to do here is to just sew along your zipper and top stitch to hold these 2 pieces into position. So I can show you just how quickly these go in. We're going to finish this off with a binding again. Into that centre fold and fold these across. And this one will be finished with the binding in the same way as we did the card pocket. So I just find using a little bit of binding, especially when the pieces are so small, certainly makes life much easier. So if we pop that on there, now we have used an oversized zipper. I would cut this off at the very last minute. The very last minute. So this part here.
I love the yellow.
It's nice, isn't it, with the yellow? So the back lining fabric, I've missed that out actually, haven't I? Pop this on top, and then your zipper goes on top. There we go, that's what I'd missed.
And then you get the extra pocket underneath.
That's it, and then you've got that nice pretty pocket on the inside. So no raw edges or wrong sides of fabric poking out anywhere on these projects.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a really in-depth pattern here, so I'm thinking, you know, once you've learned how to use it, you could then make it different sizes, have different pockets.
Yeah, absolutely. So to finish the inside of your pocket now, what we're going to do is to sew around those raw edges, and as you'll see in your sample there,
in my
Rebecca,
wallet, yes.
Again, I just finished the top here with a binding as well. So
oh
it's
yes, because of course this is like now got, that's another pocket.
So that allows you to get the pocket at the back.
The fabric on the outside is the floral, isn't it?
Yeah. So if I
So you've got pockets on top of pockets on top of pockets.
Lots of pockets. We love a pocket. So if I clip that in just to show you. Now, what we've not had chance to do today is to pop the flap on. So, but that's quite easy actually, that step is.
Oh, the
yeah.
doing the tab.
The tab, yeah.
Thing.
So when you come to finish this off, you're going to put your lining fabric flat on the table, your pocket on top, so that creates that pocket at the back. You'll have attached your flap here, which is going to cover up your envelope back. We'll have attached our little loop here, and as we place this on top, we're then going to sew around all 4 raw edges and then snip off the zip, and then we know that zip's nicely secured on the inside. When you reverse this, then that's when you'll be able to access that flap and close up your wallet.
Perfect. It looks lovely.
Nice
really
little
lovely.
project, isn't it?
Well, it is, because you've got pockets within pockets within pockets.
Yeah.
So
you've got your little
perfect.
zipper, you've got your 3 card pockets, your 2 pockets at the back, and then your notes pockets, like you would in any wallet.
Yeah, it's perfect. I absolutely love it. Loads of you checking out on the Liberty one. But it's $16.99 for everything you need for the wallet, and Liberty fabric, and the wadding, and the one of the interfacing, and the hook and loop, everything.
Everything's in there that you need to make
Yes,
it.
perfect. Right, so please keep checking out for that. The one that's on the screen at the moment is the Floral Liberty, the wallet, which is this kit here. I'm not going to pick the whole thing up, but that's what you get. So you've got the templates, you've got the zip, you've got the little bit of hook and loop, you get the lining, the binding, the outer fabric, so you've got all of it in there. $16.99. And the templates as well, they're all full size, you just need to cut round them, which is great, no measuring needed, just cut round them. If you want to buy the navy wallet, again, that comes with everything you need, so you get the zip and the hook and loop tape, you get the full instructions, and remember there is a full video tutorial here as well, really easy. So there's all the fabrics. So if you're thinking as well that you want to buy this for someone to who's learning to sew, because it's got the video tutorial, that's brilliant for beginners. So you're buying them, all of the fabrics and the tutorial as well. So in the wallet you've got outer, isn't that lovely? So if you bought the floor one, that's what you get on the outside. And then on the inside, you've got the 3 card pockets, and then there's a pocket under here as well. And then you've got the zip pocket here for your coins, and then there's a pocket under there, and then all of that opens up to have a note pocket, and there's a £20. But that won't come with your kit.
That's for mine and Rebecca's lunch.
Yeah, that's our lunch. Yes, and we've got a few coins here for a tip.
Yeah, we've got it all sussed today, haven't
Yeah,
we?
we have got it sussed. If you want the instructions just on their own, because you want to use your own fabrics here, they are $9.99. Remember, they do have templates, which are brilliant because you just cut them out. See? And then keep them to make your next one. Now, obviously, in the kit, you do get the zip, but if you're buying just the instructions, or you just want some more zips, we have got 6-inch zips. So we have the same as last time, brights, 5 zips and brights, are all 6 inches long. But they're just great for adding to your stash, because you've got, the colours might vary, but they will all be bright, 6 inches long. Then we have the pastels. There's 5, set of 5. They're all pretty pastel colours. So if you're thinking, well, I've got the kit or I've got the instructions, I'd like to make a few of these. You know, I've got some either presents to make, or you've got a fete or a stall, then you'll need these. Black, set of black. Just depends on the fabric, doesn't it, that you're using. And then finally, we have a set of white. There we go. And then finally, the most popular has been the wash bag and the floral, which is here. Please do check out if you've got this in your basket. Very, very low on this one now. Gorgeous. This is the main fabric, this beautiful floral fabric. Remember, in the wash bag you get everything you need except for the thread. So you get the wadding, the outer fabric, the vinyl, the zip, the lobster clasp, the D-ring. This is the main fabric. This is the one that Kerrie was demonstrating earlier, but it's all in here, even the Velcro, a lot in there. Lot of you have this in baskets. It is gorgeous. Remember, there is do watch the show back, but when you get your instructions, the full video tutorial is in there. So if you buy this for someone a present, someone you know who would like to make one, you are buying them the tutorial as well, which is brilliant. Absolutely fab. So we're going to see you back in an hour. What are we going to have then?
We've got a kneeling pad, a wall hanging and some storage baskets.
Fantastic.
Busy hour.
Already on pre-order. You've been very busy.
We've been very busy.
What are you
indeed.
making there?
A mess, I think. No, I'm tidying up.
She's tidying. But you were clipping.
I keep losing my clips, so I thought if I clip them on
That's
top
a really
of the
good idea.
the accessory
I thought you were
roll.
making something while I was chatting. You were clipping it all together.
Yeah.
She's putting her clips on her accessory roll. I will see you in an hour,
I'll see you in an hour.
and I will see you in a few minutes when we've got Cara back with Stuart Hillard's book Bags for Life, and she's going to be making the messenger bag, and we've got some kits with it too. So don't go far. You can make a cup of tea, which is about what I'm exactly going to do now, and I will see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewn Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, or if you've just joined us, have you heard about our competition? We're launching it today. It is the Sewing Street Design-A-Quilt block competition. We have a panel, $4.99, that features fabrics from the Sewing Street brand colours and some white fabric as well. We're asking you to design a block. All the information is on the website, but also the size information. Look, there's the panel. The sizes of it, where to send it to, all on the panel as well. We're going to choose 12 winners. Now, those aren't like the best, the experts. They're the ones that are the most inspired, the fun, the most unusual, creative. The 12 winners will be made into a quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts. So if you are one of the winners, you will be at the Festival of Quilts, hung up for everyone to see. Also, you will receive £100 Sewing Street credit. We won't be able to return the blocks to you. Any of the blocks that don't win, they won't go to waste. We will use them for something else. We're just trying to work out what at the moment. So, but, isn't it lovely? Lovely! Work out what. We're going to work out the best thing to do with our banners. Hannah just said I can't say what. The best thing, what we're going to do with them. No, the best thing to do with them. So, isn't it gorgeous? Gorgeous. You can have a think about it. Put it in your basket, check out, decide what you're going to do. Let me show you mine. It is quick, and it's I'm not allowed to enter the competitions. But there you go, just a quick idea of what you can do. Anyway, all information on the website, or message me and I can let you know. So this hour is all about this fab book. I'm sure that loads of you got it. We love this book. You love this book. Stuart Hillard, Bags for Life. Cara today is going to be demonstrating the messenger bag. Shall I show you one that she made earlier? Look at this. Gorgeous. Features a zip on the back to keep all your bits and bobs in, nice and secure. Nice flap on the front, structured as well. What have you got in your bag?
I don't know. Somebody put something in
Fabrics,
there.
full of fabric.
I'll take that home.
That's very nice, isn't it? Beautifully, fully lined. It's got the adjustable slider on it, the rings. It's got a magnetic clasp. Very, very stylish. Now, all the pattern and design. There are 21 designs. This is the one we are focusing on today. But isn't that beautiful? It's absolutely beautifully designed. It's classic, isn't it? And it's classy. I like that. So the instructions are in the book, $15.99. But there are 20 others as well. All the Bags for Life. Now, loads of you have this book already. If you haven't, just go on the fans page. People are constantly, nearly every day, saying, oh, I've just made Stuart Hillard's, whatever one they've made. Absolutely wonderful. You love it. So we're focusing on the messenger bag today. Now, we have got a choice of 4 different kits. So this one is this bundle here. So in the bundle, it's only $19.99. It's a good price. Half a metre of each of the fabrics. So you've got this lovely chocolate brown print. That's used on the back, the main body of the bag. Half a metre of this. Then we get half a metre. Oh, I love this fabric. This is like one of the Japanese fabrics, isn't it?
It is,
with the
actually,
sashiko.
I think it is.
I know, because this is really normally like over £7 for half a metre. So that is features on the flap of the bag. On the actually only on the outside, so you'll have leftover of that, won't you?
Yes.
Handy. You will have leftover that. Yes, if you're making Kerrie's wallet, you could have a matching wallet for that, because that is actually only just used on the outside. I like the fact it has a covered button as well. And then you get the pale grey, and that is used for the lining. So half a metre of those 3 fabrics. So this fabric is brilliant for men, women, children, all genders. Doesn't really matter actually. So you could do. That is very good value, 99. Remember, you will need the book as well, obviously, because all the instructions come in there. Right, let me show you the next bundle. This is the one that Cara's going to be demonstrating with, so you'll be able to see this one in action in a little bit. Now, because you've got 3 half metres, it's up to you where you place what fabric. So you start off with half a metre of this one, which is like knitting patterns and charts. That's great, isn't it? So you can use this on the flap, on the main body, or in the lining, because you've got exactly the 3. So I love the knitting patterns. Really nice. It's not really, well, it's knitting charts actually, not patterns, but it's not really obvious, but it's just lovely. I thought it was a map. Then you've got a lovely half a metre of this lovely shirt stripe. Half a metre of that. So if you want a blue bag, this one is perfect. And then you get half a metre of the blue. Right, so that's the blue bundle. And then we have a little bit of PU. 3 half metres of this. So we've got half a metre of navy PU. So you could I probably wouldn't use this one for the lining, but I would say, might be a bit thick. This could be I'd use this one for the main body actually, entirely up to you. Or would you have this for the flap? No, I'd go main body with this one, just because it's a bit structured. And then you've got a nice print one. I'd have this as the flap. But then it is, yes, I like a shock lining. This one says on it, Home Sweet Home, Mr. Fix-It, Wet Paint, Work Zone, Maintenance Department. That's great, isn't it? So you could have that one in the lining. Just a bit unusual. That's quite funny, isn't it? Oh, Anna's singing now. I said it's a bit unusual. I've got Tom Jones in my ear now. Right, Tom. And then you've got half a metre of navy. So you could have this one as the flap, for it'd be a really classic navy messenger bag with a fun lining. So this one, oh, Hella's reducing this one. Oh, it's so unusual. That Tom Jones vibe. So you get 1.5 meters of, you're getting 1.5 meters of fabric for $12.99. So even if you don't want to make the bag, you've got 3.5 meters of really good, like navy PU, our lovely quilting weight cotton navy, and this really lovely print fabric. $12.99. So that's a special offer. It's a special, but that's only till midnight. So if you're just a bag maker, I'd get that just for the PU, to be fair. And then last one. Again, a little bit of PU. So in this one we have black PU. Very good for a messenger bag as well, because it's got a lot of structure, so it gives it a nice bit of stability. And then we have pale grey, so that's your one that you could use for the flap or the lining. And then we've got a fab, this is your print one. It says, oh, hold it, you can read it. Brown ale, Irish red, American pale ale, India pale ale, speciality, wheat beer, amber ale. Beer drinkers, yes, it's your Sainsbury's shopping list. Other supermarkets are available. It just happens to be my local one. Oh, we're going to have a special reduction on this one as well. Should be $16.99, but today, and today only, till midnight, it is $12.99. There we go. So, you need the book to get the pattern, but there are 21 patterns in it. You've already got the book, and then you've just got to choose. So, Cara, did you love the pattern?
Oh my gosh, there were so many books in this. So many books.
Look,
so many
I said the same. I did the
bags
same
in the book.
Yes.
That I thought, oh yes, that would be really good. And you know, I love the instructions as well. I love the diagrams. You know, they're just really, really clear.
Well, people put stuff on our Facebook page, our fan page all the time.
Yes,
So I've just made the weekend bag, or they absolutely love it. It's brilliant, isn't it?
And majority of them are very, very simple. They're rectangles and things like that. So it's not something that's
not too intimidating.
No,
then.
not at all. Not at all. And a lot of the techniques are used throughout the book as well, which is good.
Yeah, so could you have a little flick through and show us? Because you've got an overhead and I haven't.
And I also got one that was signed.
Oh, ooh.
I don't know whether this one's staying here or it might just come home with me.
Well, that's nice, isn't it?
So the book, as I say, is just lovely. And I think it sold out first time that it was on air, which was fantastic. Who's this handsome gentleman?
Yes, who is that man? I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. Oh no, he's got the messenger bag on.
Yes. Yeah, he's got the one with the double catches on it. So so it goes through all the equipment and everything. So if you're new to bag making, I think it's a fantastic book.
Okay.
Yeah, really,
because it covers all options.
It does. It covers all options and gives you lots of information. I love this waist shaper. We've got that. Oh my gosh,
we've got that.
That is so good. For those who don't know...
So one would think this was for waistbands.
One would think it's for waistbands, and I think Stuart's used it on trousers on the fly front as well. Okay. So it's got lots of different uses. But for bag making, it really, really is good. One side is shiny, which you can see. So that's the fusible side. And then the other side is just a stiffener, obviously. Right. So for this particular bag, you cut this in half. I think I've got some. No, just got scissors. So you would cut. Can I cut this one?
Yeah, do it.
So cut it, and you've got these tiny little tabs there. You don't really want those, so you want to trim it to there, and then you would actually iron the fusible side onto your
So I guess
fabric.
The point is that it's measured for you already.
It's already measured, which is fantastic. So you've got your stiffener there, because there's nothing worse. I mean, the actual strap itself, before you cut a couple of pieces off, is over 60 inches long.
Oh, okay.
So you know,
to do that would be difficult.
Yeah, but it's a nice stiffener. It's not sort of really, really firm. Although if you wanted something firmer, you could put sort of a stronger
Yeah, but this is
interfacing.
perfect. So
Yeah.
we've got that's only 99p for a metre. So if you want more,
So you would do that first, then right sides together, and you've already got that
Yeah,
line
brilliant.
there. So you would machine down one side, down the other side, then turn it through, and then you'll end up.
with the vice. Well, if everyone checks out, we've sold out. So if you want this waist shaper, which is perfect for bag straps and other waists, 99p. Perfect.
So that's fantastic. So
Right.
he goes through all the information there. All your hardware. So I know we've got some
Yeah,
hardware.
Very useful.
Lots of different things that you can use. So what I love about the book is that some of them he's done some different options, but you can look through the book and think, oh yeah, I want to do. So I did the covered button one with the magnetic clasp, but you can do. For this one, I've done a button and a loop. So it goes through everything, but as I say, the diagrams are just incredible.
Yeah, they're
so
really nice, aren't they?
for bias strips, they're just so clear, so clear. And you can add pockets, you can do lots of different variations. I love the way that he's done zips as well with the tab on the end. So if you've got a zip that's a little bit short, or you want to add a little bit of detail, which is really good. Adding fabric to the edge of a zip as well.
You see, yeah, it's very inspiring, isn't it?
It really is, and the letterbox,
and the diagrams are
pockets,
fantastic.
they really are. And I love the fact that some instructions will give you
Hi, Rebecca,
one
what
diagram.
size is the bag? Would a laptop fit it? No.
No, but you
An
could
iPad.
you
I'll
could
tell you
make it larger.
Oh,
If you wanted to,
Yeah,
you
that's
could
true.
make
And
it
actually, there's loads
larger.
of fabric, isn't there?
Yes, yeah.
So that is the size of it.
I'll tell you what the size is.
It would fit a
tablet.
A tablet.
Yeah.
But there is quite a lot of fabric.
Yeah, I would. Laptops come in different sizes, don't they? So
I bet it would.
This one, the one we're doing today, finished size is 10 by 9, and
Right.
then has a 3-inch gusset. But the larger one, which you've got the sample of somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Is it that one?
Yes.
No, there's one with 2. I don't know whether we've got it.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you here. So if you want one for a laptop, that's maybe a bigger one.
Okay.
So that's 10 inches by 15 inches and then has a gusset of 4.
Okay.
So that's the one that has the 2. But you can play around with the sizes.
Right,
This one's
okay.
quite nice. I like the fact that you've got, especially if you were doing that in the PU.
Yes,
you've got
that's true.
the optional fabric there, and then you could put the PU there, which is really nice. So that's an overnight attaché. But then this is the one we're doing today.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So as I say, you've got lots and lots of different things. This, I think, is if you've ever struggled with straps and with the hardware that you have with bags and things like that, this takes you through everything.
Yeah,
just
I see what you
step
mean.
by step, which is fantastic.
Where how to thread it through.
Exactly.
'Cause sometimes you get yourself
I
in a right
it's just,
tangle,
I
don't you?
know. But this was lovely. It was a reminder to me, but also for anybody who is a beginner, it really is very clear. How to do box bottoms, how to do your gusset, the lining, everything. And then the finishing touches. So if you've got the feet that you want to add. And then he goes into all the instructions, which is fantastic. That would look so nice in a supermarket, wouldn't it? Go and do your shopping and have your reusable bags.
Oh no, that's brilliant, isn't it? I
Really,
love
really
them.
nice. And that, they're just so colourful as well. I think he said that this was a project that he did through lockdown, and he had to order, obviously, all the fabrics in for the bags. But the choice of fabrics is just gorgeous.
Oh,
There's a
wallet.
nice wallet, produce bags, expanding shopping bag, day at beach.
Oh,
Can't we wait
Yeah, that's
for a day at the
lovely,
beach?
isn't it?
So this converts into a bag, but it also is a towel.
Oh, okay.
So the zip is an open-ended zip.
So you line it with toweling.
Yes,
Very
yeah.
nice.
So you can actually have it and lie on
Yeah.
it. And a splash-proof beach bag if you've got wet costumes or anything like that. And as I say, this is just lovely.
Yeah, no, the illustrations are beautiful.
A hobo bag.
Oh, there's so much in here, isn't there?
Picnic by the lake. Isn't
Oh, I
that
like that.
lovely? So you can use insulation.
sandwich.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I think I must be. But that looks amazing, doesn't it?
You're making the bag, not the
Yeah, no,
sandwich.
but I
It's
want
not
to
a
go.
cooking
I want
show.
to go to that picnic with that bag.
Yeah, can I come? Ooh,
Oh
that
no!
looks nice.
Look at that. No, but it's for me. Photography is really important because when I've got a book, I know it's about instructions, but it's such a lovely photo.
Well, it's inspirational,
Yeah,
isn't
isn't it? With a nice sandwich.
Yes. And if you're, struggling and you love your bag making, what a gorgeous present to make for somebody.
So where's the one we're doing today?
So the one we're doing today is this one here.
Is the messenger bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have all the information about cutting, what you're cutting out, all the fabric sizes, what additional items you need, and then it takes you through all the information.
Perfect.
So we're going to start with the zip.
Right, I'll let you start.
Yep.
And get out of your way. How long is the zip that you now have to look?
The zip I was sent, I think, was 8 inches. I'm not sure what you've got. So an 8-inch zip. And as I say, Stuart very kindly gives information about how to add the extra tab on the end. So you can actually use it, if you've got a longer zip, then if it's a nylon one, you can cut that down.
Yeah,
as
so
well.
an 8-inch zip. So you could have a longer zip, just not a shorter one.
Yeah.
So the 9-inch zips that Kerrie sells, $3.99 for 5. There you go.
Perfect.
Get the black ones. That's absolutely perfect, isn't it?
Perfect. So what we're going to do is insert the zip, and this is for the outside of the bag, and you put the lining right sides together with the zip, and then you've got the part of the pocket above, so it's just making sure that you actually put the right fabrics together, and you make a zip sandwich. We're talking about lunch, aren't we? That's the problem.
I know.
So you make a zip sandwich. You want to try and make sure that you're matching your fabrics at the side there, but don't worry too much because you can trim it down afterwards. And I've made sort of like a sandwich, so I've got the lining here, which is interfaced. I've used some iron-on interfacing for the lining. Then you've got the zip, and then you've got the actual outer pocket fabric. And then you're going to machine, and you can use a zipper foot, or you can go, I'm using actually a walking foot at the moment, which was on the machine. So I'm going to machine down there, and I'm quite happy to show the zip. So you have an exposed zip, which is quite nice. I think it's good if it's for an outside pocket.
Okay.
So I want to just about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And all you want to be sure about is that the actual pull on the zip, when you get to that part, you want to move that out of the way. So we'll just go along there, as I say, just matching the raw edges and the edge of the zip. Then needle down, lift your lever foot, just go inside, find the pull of the zip and pull that. If it's struggling to get through, this machine is lovely because you've got the extra bit where you can lift the foot up even more and just pull that through. Just going to do that. So I'm just struggling with that at the moment.
Oh, getting it past.
Yes, I did it earlier.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go.
Sometimes when you think, oh, I'm just going to have to stop and start again.
I've done it. Okay.
Well done.
So pulled it out of the way. So I'm now going to just carry on until the end. And as I say, just take a bit of time and match your raw edges. And this is a lovely way of doing a zip. It's not anything too, you're not inserting it as such.
Yes.
It's actually into the straight fabric, so it's a lovely way of doing a zip. And you can use it on lots of different pockets. So
the zips that we've got on the side, that's a pack of 5. zips. You get, if you buy them for this bag, you get 4 extra. I think it'd be nice to have bright zips as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, definitely.
Because
So
it's on the
that's-
back anyway.
That's where we were talking about having the zip exposed on the outside.
Yeah, that's
it
lovely.
looks really, really nice, doesn't it?
I do like this colourway.
Yes. So you want to press that. You can just finger press it. You don't have to do it with an iron. So your outer fabric is nice and square and your lining is nice and square. And then we're just going to top stitch. So I'm just going to top stitch in the white that I've got on the machine. So move my stitch length up to number 3 and I will just pop that down and then top stitch across. And I'm using the foot to guide where I'm stitching from the actual zip itself. And this is your outside pocket. Just pull the pulley out of the way. And then do the same on the other side. And again, make sure that your lining and your outer are nice and flat. You can press it, but it's not absolutely necessary. Oops. Then move the pulley out of the way. And carry on. And then you'll want to trim this, so you can trim the edge of the zip tabs out of the way. I should use that one.
Lots of you are loving the book, as always. It's a brilliant book. I mean, it's interesting when you go through it to see which bag was it that you bought the book for. I'm just going through thinking, now which is my favourite one? I think I'm loving the shopping trolley bags, actually.
Yes. I love the messenger bag because you can be very, very professional, but have something that's very unique as well, which is nice. So I'm just trimming off the tabs and the extra fabric so it's nice and square. What you can do is go round and just not top stitch, baste that all in position. So I wonder how many bags you've made, Rebecca, in your time.
I can't even imagine. I don't know. Loads.
Have you made them as presents? Or
Yeah,
yes.
lots and lots of bags of presents. Well,
Yes.
it's a lovely present, isn't it?
Oh, it really is.
I've made crochet bags as presents as well. That's a nice thing. You just have to take people out crochet. Right, the bundle that Cara is working with, this beautiful blue one, you get 1/2 metre of these 3 fabrics. You get this one that's lovely. It's got like crochet patterns on it. And then you get 1/2 metre of the lovely blue sort of shirting stripe. And you get 1/2 metre of the blue to go in the lining. That is the one that Cara is currently working with. The one that this sample is, the bundle for this sample, amazing price this, because you get 1/2 metre of this Japanese fabric. That's lovely. And you get you don't need all of that. Just looked at it. You don't need a bit of half of that. So you get 1/2 metre of that. You get 1/2 metre of this lovely chocolatey brown that's used for the body of the bag. And then you get 1/2 metre of grey, which is used for the lining. If you're thinking PU, then how about the navy one? Now these 2 bundles are reduced today, and as a result, they're reduced from $16.99, which is an amazing price anyway, to $12.99. So you get 1/2 metre of the navy PU. So even if you're not making this bag, this is an amazing price for the fabric. 1/2 metre of PU, you get 1/2 metre of this print fabric that's really funny. I love this. And lots of little pieces. Keep the offcuts of this because they're really good for applique. Wet paint, love that. Home sweet home. So you could use that for the lining, a bit of fun. And then you get 1/2 metre of the navy fabric, which is our quilting weight cotton fabric, beautiful quality. £12.99. Now, these are very limited, but the price, if we do have any left, this discount is for today only. So if you want this one, we'll keep you updated. Right, there are only 14 of these bundles remaining. We will keep you updated, but when they're gone, they're gone. And then the final bundle, which is reduced as well, has, again, was supposed to be £16.99, is £12.99. 1/2 metre of this black PU, 1/2 metre of the grey, and 1/2 metre of the words about beer. But you know, maybe you're going to use something different, but you could keep one of the fabrics for something else, or you know, it's for £12.99 for 1.5 metre of fabric. You're getting PU, a printed cotton, and a plain cotton. Fantastic. So even if you don't want to use them all on the bag, that's a brilliant price, isn't it? That will go up again at midnight, though. Right, Cara. Where did you get to while I was
while you were telling everybody about the fabric bundles? So what you have is an extra piece of fabric for the outside of the bag, which you have either used the interfacing,
right,
8640.
Yes, so the fusible iron-on interfacing.
Yeah, or the one I've used is the one that you've got in the bag there. I can't remember.
The Bosal, which
yes,
I don't think we
Bosal.
have here.
So the informed.
So the H640 iron-on wadding is perfect. So let me just check your. Oh, you've got the open there. So for this, you need fusible. You need 1/2 metre. There we go.
So
so one piece is more than enough to make 2 bags. So you'll need that for the bag.
So you have an extra piece of that you've interfaced with either the Bosal or the interfacing,
right.
You know, the H640, and you have the right side facing the wrong side of the zip pocket. So when you open the pocket, you've got the lovely lining there, which is all the way through, which is really nice. So all I'm doing at the moment is just running a stitch around the outside to hold all those layers together. So that when you come to construct the bag, it's all together.
Perfect.
Which is ideal. And you can trim any extra fabric that you've got there, and you know, make sure that all the raw edges match as best as possible. Then we'll just whiz down here, and then we can start constructing the bag. The lining is very similar to the actual bag itself. So you make that out of your chosen lining. As you say, you can choose which fabric you're going to use.
Whether you want to use something bright or plain.
So
yeah, it's grey on the finished sample. That's lovely.
So we've now got the back pocket, the front of the bag, which will have the flap over.
Okay.
2 side gussets and the base. And you'll start, let's move this out of the way. I'll show you how it's assembled. Ooh. So if you look, what we're trying to achieve is this particular diagram there. So
so you're putting the side gussets on?
Yes, so you're going to do, so you've got your zip pocket attached to the base, and then attached to, let's get rid of that, then attached to the front of the bag, and then you have your side panels. And I chose to do my side panels
like that. You've got your stripes going the other way like that.
Yeah, rather than down. So the first thing you'll do is you'll attach that to the base, and then the base to the front, and then the sides, then the other sides, and then the actual base.
Isn't it funny that those sides actually look like a different width stripe?
Really? Yes.
Just because of the illusion of it, but they look like they're different. I love
It's funny,
that.
isn't it? So it's all straight stitching, which is wonderful. And you've got your, so if you're using Starville or 8640, you have that on your outer pieces as well. So 1/4 inch, right. The important thing is you want to actually start and stop your stitching 1/4 inch from either side.
Okay.
And 1/4 inch from either side there.
Remember the friction pens. Don't forget the friction pens are on the early bird bundle. Yes, I have them here. If you want friction pens, these should be £11.97. 3 pens, one red, one blue, one black. But they're early bird today, so we are reducing these to £8.97. What do you think of a friction pen then, Cara?
Oh, how did I manage sewing without them? It's crazy.
They are my
crazy.
favourite small gadget.
And you know, they weren't designed for using with
that's
fabric,
what's
were they?
funny, isn't it?
Which is so strange, but
they are wonderful.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't be without mine.
I know, and when you run out, it's very annoying. So £8.97 for 3 different colours. So get them now. That price will go up again at midnight. They are fantastic because they just iron away like magic.
I think the other thing was, when I first had them, I just had one colour.
Same here, yes.
And that was fine until I came to use a denim.
Yeah.
And the blue wouldn't work on the denim, or I had a black fabric and I needed something else. So, you know, you think, you could get away with one, but actually you
only
need...
£2.90. And also, I use them. I colour different things in different places as well. So if I'm marking something, or you know when you mark it, and then you think, oh no, I want it to go somewhere else. You just change the colour of it. It's fantastic. There you go. As endorsed by Cara, £8.97.
So I'm just machining along the base there. You want to be as accurate as you can where those dots are. I don't think I was to start with. I'm just going to snip a couple of stitches. There. So we've got it like that. Then we'll add the base, the front to the base. And this is where wonder clips are wonderful as well, for just holding, if you've got anything that's got any thickness. But I'm amazed the Starville that I did the sample with has got, just goes through the machine so well, so easily.
Okay.
Doesn't it?
Oh, the Styleville.
Yeah.
So we haven't got that one yet. Well, I am amazed with that because when I first used it ages ago, I thought I'll never get it. You can get layers of it through.
Yes, yes.
Do you remember I made a cat house on Sewing Quarter? Do you remember the cat house?
No.
Do you not?
No.
It was amazing. It had ears and everything.
Oh my gosh, I bet it was incredible.
It sat there for we made loads of them. So it was like a 3D cat house, and it had ears and a little hole for the cats to go.
Oh, wonderful.
And it was made from Starville, so in some places there were like 3 or 4 layers you had to go through, and it sews so easily.
You know, I am amazed, and I love the fact that if you, that sample was folded in my bag.
Yeah.
And it's been folded and it bounces back.
And it just bounces back, doesn't it?
Which is wonderful.
Because you would think you'd need the structure that it gives for the weight of it. Anyway, that's Styleville. I don't think we've got any Styleville here. Okay, but it is brilliant.
So now we're going to attach.
Don't forget the friction pens.
The side panels. And it comes together so quickly. You know, I think I'll talk about the flap as well in a minute. So again, 1/4 inch from the edge. I'd want a few of these in different colours to match outfits.
Very important, yes. Yeah. Well, when you've got the book, you see, you've got all the different options. You can make all the things. Well, you can then make a little wallet because there's the wallet instructions in the book as well.
I think the bundles that you've got will make quite a few of the bags in there.
There's some really nice smaller bags as well. And big bags.
Yes.
Quite like the rucksack. No, I like the project pouch. Mind you, normally when I'm working with the project, it's quite messy. So I'm not sure whether I'd want a vinyl one because you could see how messy it was. I'd have to keep my current project looking very neat.
It's just lovely having different bags for different occasions, isn't it? Different things.
Yeah, so when you go out in the evening, you have one specific bag for that. Oh,
yes.
The cat's just fallen off. I've got a crocheted one and it has about 5 pockets, just like a baby messenger bag for when I go out. And it's got about 5 different pockets, which is great because then when you're sitting somewhere, you know your keys are safe.
Yes. I think this is what's nice. This particular bag has got the zip. So you can put sort of...
Yeah, so if you're sitting somewhere, you know your keys are safe in it.
But if you wanted to, you could add zips on the inside as well.
Yeah, that would be nice,
on the inside,
actually.
Which would be really nice.
I remember the PU bundles that we reduced to $12.99 are now very limited. This is the blue one. You get half a metre. Single figures of this should be $16.99, which is great value anyway. But metre and half a metre of navy PU, half a metre of the print navy, and half a metre of the plain, only $12.99. If there are any left, well, they are very limited now. If there are any left, though, they'll be going back up at midnight. And I don't laugh at me. Not going back up midnight. She's laughing at me. Right, then there's the other bundle that will go back up again at midnight. Half a metre PU, perfect for a mini skirt. Great, actually, look at that. Actually, do you know
They're
what?
so wide.
That goes all the way around. Look at that. Look. Goes all the, that goes around.
You need
even
to
more.
stand on the
yes, please
the
don't.
step ladder.
Don't look because I've got the wrong shoes on. This actually is so wide that honestly, it'd make a lovely skirt. Look. Look at the size of it. Anyway, that is very wide. And you get also half a metre of the grey and then half a metre of the black that's got the beer prints on, which is really good for a lining. You should always have a novelty lining. Either something with text on it that's a bit funny or bright or cheerful. Love a novelty lining.
So we'll expect to see you in a different top and a skirt,
Yes.
PU skirt.
Yes, I should. Yes, with my PU linen skirt. Don't forget the early bird because you save £3. Should be $3.99 a pen, which would be $11.97. But no, it's not. It's $2.99 a pen, but only till midnight. And they are brilliant. If you've never used a friction pen, but you keep hearing all the guest designers wittering on about them, and me, I witter on about them as well because they're just brilliant. $8.97. So now you're sewing your gusset.
Yes, so I'm sewing. I've sewn the front and the back to the base, and then I've sewn the sides to the front and the back, and I'm just doing the base to the sides now. And then it's just the flap. And got time. We're going to be close on time.
Yes, but it is quite achievable, isn't it?
So,
I think it's a nice gift as well because it's the sort of thing you can personalise, can't you? You could just embroider someone's name on the lining on the inside.
definitely.
Might be a bit much on the outside.
Definitely. So that's the actual bag.
Yeah.
So if we just turn it through, you would trim all your extra pieces of fabric and everything. But if we turn that round, you'll get more of an idea. So if you wanted to, with this particular bundle, you could do the blue for the outside and the stripe for the lining, if you fancy a funky lining.
Yes, yeah, that's true. I like the stripe on the outside though.
So that's your
Perfect.
back and that's your front. So the next thing is the actual flap, and I decided to do mine using the fabric
I like
for
that
both.
print.
I like,
It's nice,
yes,
isn't it?
but I used it for both the front and the back of the
Oh,
flap.
okay. Yeah, so you could use, yeah. Well, there's enough, isn't there, to do that, so you may as well.
Yes, there's plenty. And the other, on this one, I wanted to do a covered button. And you can either have the covered buttons, but I wanted a bigger one. So I actually took one from my button stash.
Yeah.
And then used some of the fabric for the flap, because that's going to be against that. And then,
Well, how did you cover it then?
so you do it exactly the same way,
Yeah, but how does it stay in place?
So then you'll stitch it.
Right, so like a running stick.
Yes,
Yeah.
so you gather it all the way round, and then on that one, I actually just did ladder stitch, sewing the front, so the button is attached. Do you want to pass it over? And I can
Yes,
show?
no, but if you cover a button, how do you keep... Did you cover that button?
Yes, I covered a button.
Right, okay. Which
And
isn't
then-
a covered button.
Yeah, so do it like that, yeah, but not one of these.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Okay.
not one of these.
No.
Yeah. So I just covered that. I cut the fabric round, gathered it all up so it was covered.
Yes.
So a normal covered button. And then you can just stitch, oh, that one's got the hank on it. You can just stitch,
Oh,
so
I
you can just...
see. Right. So it just
stitch
looks,
it,
because
yes.
it's only a faux button.
Yes, it's only a faux button. So
Oh, that's
that would
cool.
be on the front.
Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Here, and then this is your tab. So you just need to make sure that your the loop is big enough to go around
So we
the
have
button.
got the self-cover buttons on the screen if
Yeah.
you want them.
So you would actually make sure that your loop is going to be big enough to
Right,
go round
nice.
there. So I'm just going to, that was just a length of the fabric, and I'm just going to insert that in here in the middle. Just roughly put that together. So that's 9.5. So what's half of 9.5?
4 3/4.
3/4, which is there. So that wants to be in the middle. And you'll just have the loop inside. And then we'll just pop that. So to get the curve, you can either have a square on the flap, or you can have a curve. And to get the curve, you can just use, I used a plate or a cup or
Right,
something like
okay.
that, just to cut that round. And then you'll machine that all the way.
There's a lot of patterns in the back of this book, aren't there?
Yeah, I think they're for more unusual shaped bags.
I'm going to have a little look. Oh yes, so look, there's the it's the knit and crochet project bag. I guess because it is, yes, it's more unusual shapes, and the Weekend Warrior bag end. So yeah, things that are slightly unusual shapes that aren't just squares and rectangles. Then you've got full-size templates in a little envelope in the back. Cunning.
So just want to turn this round and show you what it's going to look like if there's time.
Right, let me just go through the bundles while you whiz around the edge. Got the book, $15.99. Well done if you've already got it. 21 projects for $15.99. That's less than £1 a bag. What a bargain. Less than £1 a bag. If you want to make the the messenger bag in the brown that we've got here, this one, very, very popular, $19.99 for 3.5 meters. You've got this, the Japanese, can't remember what the name of this one is. Oh, it was quite hard to pronounce. I remember we did it before. Beautiful. It's like a woven. It's woven, so you get like a little fleck of black through. It's gorgeous. 1/2 meter of that. 1/2 meter of the chocolate brown. Very stylish. Very stylish. And 1/2 meter of grey. The fabric bundle that Cara is using at the moment, you get 1/2 meter of this sort of teal in green and blue print, which is actually knitting and crochet charts, but just looks like a really pretty teal print. Then you get 1/2 meter of like the shirting stripe blue, and 1/2 metre of blue that you can use for the lining. That's that one. If we're talking PU, right, the blue one, which is very, very limited, very low single figures. So if you want this one, you need to get this one checked out. It's £12.99, should be £16.99. You're getting 1/2 metre of navy PU, 1/2 metre of blue cotton fabric, and 1/2 metre of the navy print fabric. Extremely, extremely limited. So if you want that, please do check out the other reduced one. Little bit more stock, but still very reduced. Both of these, there are more of you that have these in your baskets than we've got in stock. So if you want them, you need to check out, or you'll miss out. This has 1/2 metre of the black, 1/2 metre of the back PU, sorry, 1/2 metre of the black cotton print that's got beer words all over it, and 1/2 metre of the slate grey. So, she's nearly finished.
Nearly. So I've gone round. You would top stitch the flap. I've got my loop there, and then you attach that to the zip side because you want that to go all the way over to the front of the bag.
Right.
So you would machine all the way round, then you make the lining exactly the same way but leave a gap, and then you put right sides together.
Okay.
And you will add your straps and tabs, so that will go in there. Make sure your flap's in there.
Perfect. And then you sew it all together.
Then
so that's why it's nicely structured, because you've got interfacing on the lining and wadding on the outer.
Yes. So you want your tabs to go on the inside there, and you'll machine those in when you go round the top, and then once you've done that, you'll follow the diagrams that Stuart's
the one you were showing
here.
me.
Yeah, these ones, and you will feed your strap through, and there's the slider as well, so you will actually attach the
Nice. Well, that's
like
brilliant.
that.
Thank you so much, Cara.
That's okay.
What a fab show.
Thank you.
When will you be back with us?
Next week.
Ooh.
I know. The 2nd. So it's one of the bank holiday ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which
Thursday?
is a Thursday,
Is
I
that
think.
Thursday?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
I know, it's
That's
not long.
Nice. Bet you're a bit busy.
I'm going to go home and do some sewing.
Yes, what a good idea. What a good idea. A whole day
Just some
full
more
of sewing.
sewing. Oh, it's so hard.
I know, you've got such a difficult job, must be awful.
I know.
Right, don't go anywhere. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. It's gardening, love gardening. We've got some gorgeous fabrics and kits, and we've got the wall hanging. And also we will recap on, if you weren't with me at 10 o'clock when I was with Kerrie, we will recap those kits as well. So don't go anywhere. I will see you in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you've only just joined me today, you won't have heard yet about the fantastic Design-A-Quilt block competition being launched today. We do lots of different competitions over the year. This one is about you. It's about what you can do, and we can showcase you. So whether you're a beginner to sewer, whether you've been sewing for your whole life and you're a real expert, whether you adore EPP or piecing is more of your thing, or a little bit of fine embroidery is what you want to showcase, entirely up to you. We are looking for the 12 best blocks. Now that's not the best blocks as in who's the best sewer. That's the best blocks that we think show sort of design, inspiration, flair and technique as well. Now but we want to put them all together into a quilt, the 12 winners, that we're going to hang at the Festival of Quilts to showcase you. So they need to go together. So we have designed this panel, and on it there are 8 strips featuring the Sewing Street colours and all prints and colours from Sewing Street, and also a square of white fabric so that you can choose what you make with it. All of the instructions are on here. Basically, you have to make a 12.5 by 12.5 inch square. That means that includes the seam allowance, so that when it's sewn together in the quilt, it will be 12 inches square. It needs to be that size or we won't be able to make it in a quilt. You need to get them sent in by the 30th of June. And then we will choose some winners, and on the 8th of July the winners will be announced. The winners will not only have their whole design featured in the Sewing Street quilt at the Festival of Quilts, they'll also get a £100 credit on their Sewing Street account. So how wonderful is that? All the rules are on here. Information about where to send the blocks to are on the instructions, and the measurements as well. Obviously, we won't be able to return the blocks to you because 12 of them will be in the quilt. And with the others, we're just trying to decide the best thing to do with them at the moment. Hopefully make them into maybe a charity quilt or something. I'm not sure, but they will not go to waste. But it's just in order to send them back will be difficult, so we will keep them. But just to give you a few ideas, also, we would like you to mainly use the fabrics that are printed on the panel, only because that will make all the quilt go together. But if you want to add a few of your own fabrics or a bit of embellishment, maybe you think mine will look better with a few buttons or whatever, that's up to you. So this is John's. He's done a nice log cabin. Now, as you can see, he used all of the panel, but he put a little bit of his own fabric around the edge, which is fine. So, and actually his own fabric, just realised, and his own fabric in the middle. That's fine. It's nice to use a bit of both. So in the main, the colours are right. If you want to add a little bit of your own embellishment, we won't mind. The design that you do does not have to be original. We won't be producing instructions for these. So if you've got a design that belongs to someone else, it's fine to make it because you're not selling it or selling the instructions. So that's fine. This is mine. So I got the, I decided, being as I love Yarn Lane, I would do some FPP of a ball of wool. Now that's a design that I bought, so that's fine. And then I printed Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, and then I put some of the fabrics around the edge. So it can be as easy or as difficult as you like. And what I really enjoyed making about this is it was just a 12-inch square, so it didn't take long. It's quite nice to do. Here's an applique one. So here's a little bit of an idea, and another applique one, just to give you an idea of the sort of thing that you can do. John and I will not be in the quilt because we're not allowed to enter. Which is really mean, isn't it?
You can sew all the blocks together.
Yes, undoubtedly. Anyways, £4.99 for the panel. Pop it in your basket. Check out. In between now and you getting it, to have a think about what you're going to do. I really enjoyed the challenge, even though I knew I wasn't going to be in the quilt win. It was lovely to make a 12-inch block. Even though I enjoyed it anyway, it was lovely. So pop it in your basket. Keep updated on the fan page. You know, we'd love to see pictures of what you're doing or what your ideas are. Anyway, that's that. So, if you missed Kerrie's first out, it was so popular. So if you missed it, so we had these lovely wash bag that Kerrie had made in advance. Look at this. How fab is this? So, it's got everything in the kit except for the thread and the sewing machine. You've got the vinyl, you've got the zip, you've got the outside fabric, you've got the binding fabric, you've got the hook and loop tape, everything you need in here. What a brilliant Father's Day gift, or for anybody else. But ideal for Father's Day, that's why Kerrie designed it, but you can use it for anything. It's even got a little pocket, a pie in a pocket to put your toothbrush in. So that's the navy version. Now Kerrie's almost finished the floral version. This one was so popular, the floral one. But look at it, she nearly finished it. She started this at the beginning of the show, and obviously it's not all bound and everything. Yours will look neat around the edge.
Just needed an extra 10 minutes.
But she didn't need another 10 minutes, but she didn't have another 10 minutes. But look, isn't that pretty? Absolutely beautiful. Remember, you've got everything that you need in this kit. Now, there are more people who've got this one in their basket than we have in stock. So if you want to make this beautiful, I mean, with holidays coming up, it's ideal, isn't it? Pop it in your suitcase. Lovely. Then when you go on holiday, hang it up. There we go. And because you know you can buy these, can't you? But they're always a bit rubbish. You've made it. You know. Well, they are, aren't they? They're not. They haven't got lined pockets. And nice.
That's very true. They haven't got a toothbrush pocket, have
no,
they?
and they
Well,
don't have bound. No,
have.
they're not as nice as this. And you know, if you've made yourself, it's actually going to stay together,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes.
So make your own. Now, how about a wallet? So we have a matching wallet. Look at that. Everything you need in it again. You've got the hook and loop tape. You've got the zip that you need for your coin pocket. There's, you can get credit cards in here that are in a pocket. You can get a zip that's in a pocket. And then there's another pocket to put your notes in. And all three fabrics and the interfacing and the zip and the Velcro and the hook and loop, so all in there. It would, yeah. So Chrissy was saying on Facebook that the wash bag would be really good for sewing supplies.
Everything's good for sewing supplies.
But you could hang that up in your sewing room.
With little
you?
crochet hooks.
Yeah, perfect.
There you
Crochet hooks, not toothbrush, but it would be really good to hang up in your sewing room.
Yes, definitely. Everything we make, I think, whatever it's intended for, it always migrates.
Yeah, it always ends up being
always
used for
migrates to the sewing room.
Then there was the Liberty purse, which again, Kerrie, is almost finished. So this is the outside. Oh, I'm upside down. There we go. That's the outside. Lovely, lovely Liberty fabric, and that's it folded up. As look, it's got a little grey thing. And then inside we have the zip pocket. We have the credit card pockets. It's all everything you need is in there. But that is actual, real Liberty. $16.99, and you get the instructions so you can make another one. Even better. $6.99, really good present. Christmas, if you need a little gift, someone's birthday coming up, everybody loves a little wallet. Only $16.99. Remember, the instructions come with a link for the full video tutorial for making it. So if you're buying this as a present for someone, you're also buying them the tutorial as well. Right, that was the last hour. So this hour, we're back to the garden, aren't we?
It's all about gardening.
We're going outside.
We're going into the sunshine, although it's raining again today.
I know.
Every time I get ready for the garden, it starts raining.
So should we start with the wall hanging?
Yeah.
This is the wall hanging. Beautiful. The fabric is gorgeous for this, isn't it?
It is really lovely.
Was it the fabric that inspired the hanging, or the hanging which way
Well,
round?
we made this originally a few years ago in Liberty prints, but I just think this is very worthy of hanging in your greenhouse. Pop your seeds and accessories in there. So the fabric is just fabulous. You've got your little greenhouses on there, look, and all those lovely little quotes.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? But lovely to hang, or even your conservatory. Or even in the kitchen, it's nice. It's got all the plot plants.
I mean, I'm thinking gardening. I'm taking up gardening this year. Only for the first time. I'm not very good at it usually, but my little boy's really got into it. So that's really why I wanted the gardening themed collections.
So in the kit, again, as with all of Kerrie's kits, there's everything you need, except for the stick.
Except for the ribbon and the doweling.
You have to have your own stick. So we've got the wadding. We have the green sort of backing fabric, lovely emerald, isn't it? Then this gorgeous print with carrots and herbs.
I just love the quotes on there. I love any fabric.
But it would
with
be
a
nice,
quote.
conservatory or kitchen.
Yes, absolutely. Of course.
Look at this one. It's got pot plants all over it. I like that. Yeah. Well, nice in your sort of like your home office area, because it's look at this one. I love this.
It's lovely with
I
the
want to cut out the greenhouse. I don't know why.
Oh, I know.
Just feel like I want to applique that onto something.
Feels like it needs to be framed, doesn't it? But yeah, I'm with you there.
It's gorgeous. That's so cool. And obviously the instructions with the video tutorial.
This one doesn't have the video tutorial.
This one has no.
This is a little bit older, so
Right.
this one doesn't. Although we have
But it's
done
fine.
this previously.
It comes with the free Sewing Street. Watch it on Sewing Street video tutorial. So that's everything you need in the wall hanging. Should we do the kneeling pad? Right. So the kneeling pad. This is obviously for your gardening. Keep your knees safe. I like this. You've got a nice pinwheel.
It's beautiful, isn't it, with the pinwheel?
Showcasing your patchwork skills with beautiful fabric. What's in it?
So there is foam inside there, so that's just a piece of 1 inch foam.
Okay.
The measurements are on the back of the pattern, what size, but it is
Just
a nice
1 inch
foam.
foam. Okay. So let me show you the kit for this. So you get the pattern in it. Oh, you get the handle, a little bit of tape, and then you get all the fabrics. So they are this lovely, this one, everything you need. So this is used for the patchwork. Then you get the print that's used, well, partly for the pinwheels, but also all the way round. And then you get this one that's used in the patchwork as well. I like this one. It's
lovely, isn't it?
Slightly Moroccan almost.
It is. It's really nice.
Really works really well with the other fabric. Well, it picks up the blues, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then
the
you get
greys for the back.
the grey for the back and the wadding as well. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own for the kneeling pad, $9.99. If you want to use your own fabrics and you think, what a great idea, and a lovely gift for somebody as well, $9.99 for the pattern. And we also have the pattern on its own for the wall hanging too, which I missed. So there's the pattern on its own for the wall hanging. Loads of people message in to say how much they love the garden fabric. So let me show you the storage baskets.
So your storage basket comes with 2 fat quarters, so there's actually enough in there to make 2 of the storage baskets.
And that is ideal for your plants. And it's all that gorgeous fabric. So it's 2 fat quarters.
2 fat quarters
and the wadding.
Yeah.
So you
And
get
you'll
the lovely greenhouse fabric. Brilliant gift. And the wadding. And yeah, brilliant. So storage tub, putting fabric, pens in, plants, all sorts. Sweets.
Definitely sweets.
Definitely. I have one filled with, well, it's not full, blackjacks and fruit salads.
Oh, you can't be
Love them.
blackjacks with fruit salad.
There we go. Right, fat quarter of each. And finally, we have one more storage basket, which is this one. And this is more of a pretty one. So you get this beautiful, pretty floral print. Let me open it out. Look at that. Bright and fun.
Well, I chose
But you
this
can make
one.
2.
The last show that we did, we had lots of the crafty lass fabrics in there, and we did the accessory roll and the lotus bag. So I just thought the storage basket complements them so well.
So if you bought that before,
It's
this
a nice-
matches.
yeah.
And then you also get the vibrant pink spongy print and the wadding inside as well. So I will recap those at the end because I know it's complicated, but the best thing to do is if you've looked all the go, I can't remember which colour, go onto sewingstreet.com, click on watch live. When you scroll down, you will see all of these, so you can have a look if you can't remember which colour was which, or just message in and I'll show you. So we're going to start with...
We'll start with the Maya wall hanging.
Let's do the wall hanging then.
So this is again a nice easy project, great for, as you say, your home office. Maybe I'll put this in my home office. It's
Good
just because I
idea.
feel like I need to migrate to the sunshine now. Although we're not having a lot, are we?
No.
Every time I get an opportunity, I'm not. I don't have the chance to get outside. So you've got lots of different pieces on here. We've got 2 really simple pockets. Great for your sewing equipment as well. So the first thing we're going to do is take 3 of those pockets. Now inside the kit you've got 4 fat quarters, so you can mix and match these pockets however you want to. And the first thing we're going to do, again, these are we have binding on the top, so all of the pockets and the binding we're simply going to press in half. that's happened to me again. We've got no iron. You'd have thought I would have remembered,
No,
wouldn't
well, I
you?
never do.
So we'll just give these a little press these in half. Now there is, of course, a pattern direction on these prints in the fabric, so when you come to sew these, just make sure you've got those the right way up. And to be honest, it's not really the end of the world because you can just flip it over. One side, the interior part of the pocket will be upside down that we don't see anyway.
Okay.
So we'll give all of the pockets and the binding a press. I think this is my favourite. I love all the little quotes on this print.
I do. I mean, but you could, it'd be nice to cut bits out of them as well.
Yeah. Some nice fussy cutting. The greenhouse especially. It's very sweet. So you've got one slightly longer in here. And what we're going to do to begin with is to just sew that binding. Clip and pin it into position if you need to, but as they're small pieces, I'm just going to use a straight stitch, increase that up to the longest stitch, and just sew that binding into position. We'll do that with all 3 pockets. And what we'll do next is to just fold and press the binding over to the wrong side of the fabric, and then just zigzag stitch across that binding. So just giving that a little press over onto the back. Just making sure that folded edge of the binding is sitting just below that stitch line there.
Okay. Gives it a nice solid top edge, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really makes that fabric pop, doesn't it? I always think it's a nice way to hide your raw edges. Get the most out of your fabric, showcase your fabric,
Yeah,
and
that's
hide
true.
the raw edges as well.
But it makes the top quite structured
Yeah.
as well. I like that. Nice touch.
So the same on the bottom pocket. And although this pattern shows you the placement of the pocket, you can put those in whichever order that you want to.
I see what you mean. Yes, they don't have to have the same gaps between them.
So one of the pockets,
in.
it's a little bit deeper, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll just zigzag stitch those into place. That's just a little bit too far. And the same with the last one. And this is quite nice actually, you know, if you've got the pattern and you're making it from pretty fabrics, maybe you're making this for your hair accessories or, you know, different things, then you may want to separate your pockets slightly differently. As I mentioned, just make sure that you're happy that your pattern is the right way up.
Right, okay.
At this stage, there's
But
nothing.
then you choose where you'll put your...
And then you choose. So the first one I'm going to put just along that bottom raw edge there and just pin this into place. We'll sew all of these together in just a moment. Then the next thing that we're going to do, just take in a ruler and one of your fabric pens.
Early bird, £8.97.
Worth their weight in gold.
They are, aren't they? What do you think of the friction pens?
Oh, I use them for everything. I use them in everything. I wouldn't be without mine.
There we go. Everyone I ask, you see. Normally £11.97, 3 pens for £8.97, one of each colour.
Well, the thing is as well, you're naturally pressing your projects, aren't you? So
Yes.
you're going to remove that line as well.
But just so easy.
Very easy indeed. I like anything that makes my life easier. So I'm measuring up from the bottom raw edge now 7 inches. And the same as I have done in the pattern there, I'm going to take my middle pocket, the longer pocket, and place this into position. So the measurements where you're measuring from are all in the pattern, but just for ease here to show you how easy this is, I've got that centre line there. I've just found the middle line, just finger pressing here. I'll draw that on as well so it's easier for us to see. Same with that middle pocket. Just give this a little press, and again so you can see that there, I'm just drawing a mark across the centre fold. If I place those 2 pen marks on top of each other at this point, where did I pop the pins? Where did I pop the pins? Maybe I didn't bring any.
Oh, I can get you some pins.
There we go. And then the raw edges here, if we bring this in to the side and just clip this into position. Same on the opposite side. So the step-by-step instructions are slightly different. I show you how to measure those up in the exact markings to make that much easier. Oh,
There
that's
you are.
fantastic, thank you.
A choice.
A lovely choice.
A nice pretty selection of pins for you.
So for the centre here, I'm just going to pin that into position because that's the first point I want to sew. So we're sewing reverse stitch at the top and finishing at the bottom. So we'll just work on this pocket for a moment. And just starting and finishing.
So remember, this is the wall hanging, £22.99, everything you need except for the stick. But
And
you
the
can
ribbon.
find
You'll
them
need
in
a
your
little bit of
garden.
ribbon.
Oh, and a little bit of ribbon. for
Little
hanging
bit of
it. Or
ribbon.
string. I think it should have string.
String, oh, well, definitely, yeah. Some
If you're going to be in the
twine.
garden, some twine. But you have all the beautiful fabrics and the instructions.
Mine are propping up
show
the
you what it looks
sunflowers
like?
at the moment.
Look at that. Yeah, no, it can be, well, it can be used anywhere. It could be used in the front door for your keys and your wallets. It could be used in the bedroom for your makeup or your toiletries.
Absolutely.
Or hang on the back of your door. Back of the door storage is very useful. Loads of things you can put in there. Nice, you can search your kitchen. You can put
When we had
herbs.
these on first time round, actually, a lady messaged in and she'd put some elastic, top and bottom either side, and put it on the back of the car chair for children's toys at the back, which I thought was very clever.
There you go. And you see, because once you've got this, you can make one, and then you can use the instructions and use your own fabric and make loads more of them for all different areas of the house. Because I like the fact, like, you've got this really deep pocket at the front. This kind of, is it like a boxed?
It's a boxed, yeah, so you've got
pocket?
your pleat in there. In fact, when this was originally designed, this was, of course, for your sewing room.
Yes.
So that's great, really, for, you know, your, perhaps even just your cotton webbing, you know,
Yeah,
popping
that's
those
true.
into tucking. But the nice pockets at the bottom are great for slotting your patterns in as well.
Yes, that's true. But obviously, you can choose what you put,
Yeah.
what pockets you put where.
So I've sewn this middle pocket here, and now this is moving apart. As I mentioned in the pattern, the markings are measured up, but if you just pinch this in, we're making sure this folded edge now is resting on that sew line that we've just created. So that doesn't get lost, we'll just give that a press and remove your pen mark.
Oh, that's a nice little demo there for
For your
friction
pens,
pen.
that worked out well today, didn't it?
Yeah, friction pens in action.
It was all planned, of
It was
course.
seamless. That was Friction pen action.
There we go. So just bringing that in, and that's what gives you that little nice box pleat. Pinning through your layers, and the same on the opposite side as well.
I love a box pocket.
Oh, and me.
They just look so lovely when they come together, don't they?
Yeah, more space to put stuff as well.
Like a brick box.
So I've got your 3 pockets in position now. What I'm going to do on each of these pockets, I've actually already gone ahead and sewn that centre pocket. So what I'm going to do here to secure these into position is to just sew along the raw edge, 1/8 of an inch from the raw edge along the bottom and each side as well. Remembering we've got a few extra layers to sew along here for this particular pocket. So if I go over to the sewing machine, using 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and a nice wide stitch works perfectly here as well. And we want to sew as close to the bottom of those pockets so we can get more stuff in as well.
More stuff.
Squeeze more stuff in there.
And we have ribbon here. If you want a bit of ribbon, while Kerrie's just sewing that in, if you want some ribbon, these in here, amazing, 10 1 metre pieces of ribbon, all width and all colours. Only £2.99. Yeah, you could even put extra ribbon loops on here to hang even more things in. Hammers. No. Your wonder clips and things you could put.
Might not take the weight, you might need a bit of,
but you could put little ribbon loops on, which would be brilliant for clipping your fabric clips
also
in.
a little hammer is so useful in the sewing
I
machine
have a
for
little
your
hammer.
eyelets.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a little hammer in my sewing room.
Little pink one.
And I got one that was, it's tiny. Yeah, you have to have a hammer.
Yeah, you do. Oh, yeah, you definitely
There
have
you go.
to have a hammer.
So £2.99, that's fantastic, isn't it? 10 1 metre lengths of ribbon. Brilliant, well, for things like this, but brilliant for drawstrings on little bags where you just need a bit of ribbon or you want to put a bit of edge on something. And because it's a nice choice of colours, it's just a good thing, bit of a stash builder.
Great for the stash.
Or your hammer.
It sounded like such a random thing to put in, but so very useful. That's where I'm going to put mine now.
Yes, most unusual item in your sewing room. Oh yeah, I thought about the hammer. Yeah, tell me, what's your most unusual item in your sewing kit? Message in. I wonder if maybe the hammer. Oh, I'm going to think about that now. I've got a piano in my sewing room. And
you play piano?
yes.
Oh wow.
Well,
when
no,
do
I
you find
can't-
time to do that?
I can't play the piano because the lid of the piano is the most wonderful space for keeping things very flat. So, you know when you've made something, I'll just keep that very flat and no one will touch it and it all lives on there.
Oh, I wish I would have learned to
So
play
can I
the
say it's the
piano.
most unusual? Yes, but it's really useful. But when I went on holiday last week, I left one of the kids at home and somebody had taken everything off the lid of the piano. And put it very nicely on my table, but I was livid. I had it all in
I would be
panels.
too.
I had things in piles.
When anybody
Well, they
messes.
obviously did, but I'm making some crochet trousers at the moment, and I had all my squares in piles.
Oh, but they've moved
In
around.
order.
Oh, I'd be very cross too.
Maybe a low shelf would be the same, but the lid of my piano would be wonderful.
Right, so we've got those pockets in position now. You can see how easily they come together. Dependent upon what you're using your pattern for, you can reduce the size of your patterns.
Okay.
I've just kept these nice and wide because I'm going to use these for packets of seeds for mine. Big packets of seeds. Big packets of seeds. And then we've got the hanging loop. So your hanging loop, we're going to take the 2 smallest raw edges and double hem either side of these and sew those into position. It's doing some spinning there, it wants to dance. There we go. So most of my top stitching I do with a zigzag, but you can straight stitch this if you want to.
Is that for pretty reasons or
Yeah,
technical
just for
reasons?
decorative reasons. less pressure to get it absolutely perfectly straight as well, isn't it?
You're right, actually, because if you zigzag slightly off, it's not noticeable.
No, not noticeable
Right.
at all. It
Good
still looks
idea.
nice. So for the hanging loop, we're going to attach this on the wrong side of the project. So just going to press this in half. Again, if you've used a directional fabric like I've done here, then just double check that your writing is going to be the right way.
Okay.
And the easiest way to do that is to just position it as you're going to see that there when you come to hang this up.
Okay.
So just check you're happy. Then we're going to flip the wall hanging over and centre this now on the back. And secure this into place just with a basting stitch, because all we've got left to do to finish this project is to bind it.
Okay. That was
So-
very quick, wasn't it?
We like a quick project.
We do like a quick project, and we can make loads of them. And also, once you've got the instructions, you can make another one, but make it longer or bigger or wider. If you make the one that's in the exactly as is in the kit, then you'll know how to make it different.
I've made lots of these over the last few years. Actually, my daughter's got them on the back of her bedroom door for her art material. She's always painting, or she's taken to painting the walls now. We've got murals only in her bedroom, thank you. She's got a beautiful floral mural in her bedroom, so she wanted it there so it was easy to access, really. So when you come to attach your binding, the same way as you're attaching your binding onto any project, you're going to attach this from the front. So you've got your fabric there. Now in the pattern booklet, in the template, for the binding, I say use a piece from each of your fabrics, but again, there is enough fabric in this kit for you to bind it all in one colour. I'm going to bind it actually in the smaller green fabric there, just to really make that project pop. And then as you're binding this, it's important that when you come to top stitch your binding, so I've top stitched mine with a zigzag stitch, that you just make sure your hanging loop is positioned this way. So when you top stitching with your zigzag over the top, then your hanging loop is in position.
Okay. No, it's a really nice finish. I like the way you've done that, because it's all sort of sewn in the back and looks really neat.
It's all
lovely.
tucked away quite nicely, isn't
Lovely.
it? So that's the Maya wall hanging.
Right, shall we do kneeling pad?
Should we do a kneeling pad next?
Yes, well done if you've got the wall hanging in your basket. Hi, got my wall hanging, loving the garden fabric. I've got 2 of the PU fabric bundles that I'm going to make wall hangings with also from Carolina. What a good idea, because that was a brilliant value for money, the PU fabric. So because you've got the wall hanging, you can make that and then use the PU fabric.
There you go.
Thank you for sharing. It's really nice to hear what you're doing and what you're going to make, because we all love hearing that.
It does, we do. It gives us all ideas, doesn't it, when we come to make it
if you meet a fellow craft, you just go, what are you making? You know, what are you doing?
We never ask what we're sewing with our stash, though.
No.
There we go. So the first 2 pieces is for your pinwheel in the centre. So we're going to place those pattern facing. And this kit's been cut to be made in the same way. So you're putting 2 of those. Well, this is more like your little pots, isn't it? Pots and your leaves. And what did you say this was like? Moroccan?
Yeah, it is
like
sort
a
of
little
Moroccan
mandala,
tiley, isn't it? I don't know. That's what I think it looks like.
So we're going to sew around the...
Yeah, it is. I think it's quite Moroccan.
It's a lovely print. So we're going to sew around all 4 raw edges using your 1/4 inch seam allowance to begin with. And we'll repeat that on both squares. If we do that for both. No, that doesn't sound very healthy, does it? Let's start that bit again. That's saying you're really making me work today, Kerrie.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Let's have a cup of tea and a break.
Yeah, I'll just go through that kit a minute while you just sew yourself together. So the kneeling pad kit, 19.99. And you get the little piece of tape for the handle, because Kerrie does think of everything. You get all the fabric, so you get the grey fabric that's used for the backing, and you get the wadding as well. And then you get this lovely little bit of what I think is Moroccan towel that's used for the pinwheels, the green fabric that we love, and then the word fabric as well, all used for it, and the full instructions. Everything you need, including all the patterns are there as well, full-size patterns for you to just cut out. But we also have the pattern on its own. So if you want that, this one does have, does this one have a tutorial, or is it?
Not these ones,
Not these
no.
two. But it has lots and lots of photos, very, very in-depth photos, very easy to understand, it's all in there. So if you want the pattern on its own, you want to use your own fabric, £9.99. You can put a bit of PU on the back, a bit of oilcloth to keep it waterproof.
Or some eau de coat.
Eau de coat, you could eau de coat it, yep. So if you want the instructions alone, that's £9.99. How's your machine?
Oh, it's fine.
Was it just upset?
It's saying have a slow down.
Slow down, stop going so fast.
So what I've done here for the pinwheels, I've skipped ahead and done one.
That's good, that's good.
As we cut one of the pinwheels, so we've sewn around all the outer raw edges, and then simply going to cut across the square there from point to point. Now when you trim these down, we want these to finish at 3 inches. So again, the cutting directions and how to trim those down are inside your pattern, but we're going to jump ahead just for time today. So I'm placing the darker fabric flat on the ironing board and just pressing there against the seam to set the seam. And I always think, especially with pinwheels, you know, take those extra few minutes just to trim those down and get them to the right size.
Yeah.
But they are small pieces, so we want these to end up at 3 inches. And then we're going to place these out in the pinwheel design. There we go.
I'd never get that right first time, do you? When you place them out and you go,
Oh, you
"There's
always
one
have
wrong."
to double check.
Yes,
Yes.
there's always one that you think,
Oh, there is always one, isn't there? So we're folding the top 2 down to the bottom 2, feeling through those seams so they lock into position or nest into position. And just slide a few pins through. And then using your 1/4 inch seam allowance one more time, we're going to sew across here. Let's bring that up a little bit more. And the second one. There we go. Then just bringing these back onto the pressing mat, opening these up and just double checking that they're in the right way.
Right.
And then we're going to press the seams in opposite directions. So press one up and press one down, doesn't matter which way at this point. But again, that will really help you lock these into position. Just press that seam, it wants to pop up, it's doing its own thing there. There we go.
It works really well in those fabrics.
Looks
doesn't it?
great, doesn't
Maybe
it?
it's because you've got the little bit of blue in the green fabric that really picks up the blue in the other one, but
they're a lovely,
they're
lovely combination, aren't they? So we'll just bring those together, pop a pin either side of the seam. That'll keep those seams together. And one more time we're going to sew. And that's the first of our pinwheels for the centre of your kneeling pad. So again, just giving this a little press.
Lovely.
And I think sometimes by using that, you know, that solid white colour there, it really makes the centre point.
Well, it does, but without it being a solid colour, I think it gives it a really nice feel to it, doesn't it? Really
Absolutely.
nice print. Nice attention to detail.
So I'm just going to sew the second one together so we can do the...
Okay, we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Okay, shall I...
No, we can carry on. We've got a couple of minutes. See how it goes
See how far
together.
we get.
I know, it's so lovely, isn't it? So where do you get your foam from to put in it?
I just bought mine from, in fact I'd got mine in from quite some time ago covering some covers, but your, you know, a local curtain shop, they'll always have foam in. And
true.
the nice thing as well is sometimes, I mean ours does, they'll cut it to size for you as well.
But it's lovely.
You could put just stuffing in there or a few layers
Yeah,
of
you could, but it's just
Bosal foam works as well, but
but it's just really pretty, isn't it?
and very useful. If I just bring those ones in. I'll do this bit quite quickly, just so I can show you very quickly where the sashing goes, so I won't pin.
Well, I like the way that you've put the prints and the words together, and I think that's the thing with your kits, isn't it? It's not just about the fabrics, but it's how you combine them.
How they come together, and there's enough fabric in there for you, you know, to get the writing running the right way as well, which I think is important.
Yes,
sometimes.
that's true.
So once you've got your two pinwheels, then you've got two sets of sashing on here. So if I just bring these here. So the first thing we're going to do is your top and bottom sashing. So we won't have time to sew these, but if I just show you how these set out. Once you've squared up your pinwheels to the right size, then we're going to sew the first set of sashing. So we've got your top and bottom. We've then got your side sashing. So again, as I mentioned, you'll be able to get the writing running in the same direction. So we're going to then attach these on the sides. And then finally, the final part is your side sashing. So we've got your two exterior side sashing. So once all of this is sewn together, we're going to pop one either side.
Yeah.
And again, you know, at this point, actually, it's quite nice if you want to do. So we will put this onto the batting, which we've popped into your kits as well.
That's
so
in the kit
if you want to put, you know, if you want to put any quilting onto there, it's nice to have the batting in between because it just gives it that extra little bit of plushness as well.
Well, it actually makes quite a nice cushion.
It does make a nice cushion as well.
Doesn't
Oh
it?
yeah, you could use it.
It'd be really
as
nice.
a nice cushion.
Cushion for the garden.
Or even put more rows of sashing on. In fact, I did see somebody done that last year, and she made it into just a bench cushion.
Yeah,
so use the
beautiful.
centre pattern.
And just keep going.
And just continue to go, with the sashing. It's always quite nice to see what people do with your patterns.
Thank you so much, Kerrie. That's been great. Thank you for all of your beautiful kits.
We've had lots today.
We have had a lot today. They've been wonderful. So that's the kneeling pad kit, which would also work equally well as a cushion. And don't forget, we do have the instructions on their own. Oh, and we have the storage tubs. So we've got the garden set ones, full instruction. Well, it looks like this. This is it, set. And this has the beautiful garden fabrics that we love, that one and the one with the writing. So you've got two fat quarters and you've got the wadding as well. And then the other colourway, that's the one you've got there actually.
That was the one I'd got here, yeah.
Which is so pretty. Look at this pretty fabric. So you get a fat quarter of that fabric, you get a fat quarter of this lovely pink, and you get the wadding. So don't forget the wash bags from earlier. There are still a few left, but not many. Especially the floral one that Kerrie demonstrated for us, this one here. This is very, very limited. So remember, everything's in the kit, even the vinyl as well. And just remember, you know, if you put this in your basket, you need to check out, because as people watch this further on, then they go on to see what was on air today, then they disappear, and quite often we find people put things in their basket in the morning, come back later in the day to check out, and it's gone. So that's the beautiful floor, and obviously this one isn't completely finished, it would be bound as well, but that's just to give you an idea of how pretty it is. And also, last, we do have a very few left of the Liberty purse. There's what it looks like on the outside. Upside down. I don't suppose it matters from that side, but I can see it's upside down. It's exactly the same, but it's bothering me that it's upside down. And then on the inside, you get like the zips. You get the zip coin bit. You get the 3 credit card wallets, credit card holders, and then the bit to put your cash in. So that's the Liberty purse. Very limited on that one. Thank you for joining me today, Kerrie. When will you be back?
I can't remember. June. I can't remember the dates, I'm afraid.
Well, lovely to see you.
It's nice to see you as well, Rebecca.
So thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. It's been a pleasure. I've had 2 lovely guests. Fantastic project. It's been brilliant. Coming up tomorrow is, who is presenting tomorrow? Ooh, Vix is presenting. I did know that because I had to look and then I forgot. Vix will be presenting tomorrow. Tomorrow, 8 a.m, it's Gadgets You'll Love. Ooh, I love a gadget. I'm going to definitely watch then. 9 o'clock, Yvonne is with us. It is Village Fabrics Block of the Month. Which number is she on? On the 4, 5? 4. There you go, Kat just told me it's 4. 10 o'clock is Traditional Quilting Fabrics. And at 11 o'clock, Yvonne is back with the Marna Duck and Beach Hut hanging. Wonder what that's like. But it'd be nice. The panel. Oh, okay. Have we got it? Oh, 12 o'clock is Miss Out Designer Fabrics. Which panel? This one. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about something else. Sorry. Oh, right. And don't forget, if you want to join in the competition to design a quilt block, $4.99, join it, be part of our beautiful quilt. It will be hanging, if you are one of the 12 lucky winners, it will be at the Festival of Quilts, hanging up, and you will also receive £100, which is great. So, looking forward to seeing all your designs. Check out on this and spend the next few days thinking about it. Thank you for joining me today. It has been a pleasure being with you. I will see you. I'm back on Thursday morning just for an hour. See you then.